All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. Just a couple things before we start out with tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. There is a chat function in Zoom. This is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. Last night, the commission closed the public testimony portion of the hearing. So today we'll begin with a brief recap from the planning team before the commission moves into deliberation to render a recommendation. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Okay, thanks, Crystal. Good evening, everybody. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. A little bit of a unique order tonight in that we're not really hearing any items specifically. We're going to open up with some Q&A to staff based on our last 3 nights of testimony. And then we will deliberate and move into some decisions and recommendations for city council. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and just have the clerk please call the roll.
Stead, Schaefer,
Here.
Squires, Blanchard,
Here.
Moore, here, Gillespie,
Here.
Finfrock,
Here.
Ganley,
Here.
Mooney,
Here.
7 present, 2 absent.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, as Crystal mentioned in her opening statement, we're going to hear from staff here to begin, and then we'll open up for Q&A by the commission.
Yep, and I'll be brief, just about 2 minutes. Commissioners, my name is Jessica Zelag. I'm the Deputy Planning Director for the Planning Division of PDS. Tim's unable to make it today, so I'll be filling in for him. And I wanted to start just by thanking all of you for your time and commitment to the city and to this process, spending the last couple of days hearing testimony and considering this application, and it's greatly appreciated. So for today, we're going to move into Q&A of staff. After questions, as the chair mentioned, the commission will move into deliberation and a recommendation to council. Today is the 4th day of hearing for the modern zoning code application. We began on Monday with a staff presentation and question from the commissions, and then we moved into testimony, heard from 13 neighborhood associations. Tuesday and Wednesday, there was further clarification and questions of staff. And we had 139 members of the public provide testimony. We were able to move into staff rebuttal last night, which closed the public testimony portion of the hearing. So for tonight, questions for staff, I'd like to introduce you to the team. We have Deanna Dupuy, Andrea Tuning, and Lena Walker, and myself that'll be available for questions. Everyone has microphones today, and as you ask questions, we might just need a few seconds if we need to get up a slide if needed to answer the questions. When the commission moves into deliberation, we do have 2 applications in front of you to consider. So the first is ZOA 230001. This is a zoning code amendment to repeal and replace Chapter 11 of the current code. And we also have CPA 230001 as a comprehensive plan text amendment to replace references to the previous zoning districts with the new proposed zoning districts. We also have red line changes to the documents that were noted in the April 13th memo to the commission, which address typos, spelling, clarifications, and corrections. We are recommending approval of both applications with the additions of the red line corrections. We need tonight, at the end, this body to make 2 motions to City Council to conclude the hearing. With that, I can take questions or sit on down and questions for all the staff.
Okay, thanks, Jessica. Just real quick before we get to questions, just want to remind we have a few new faces in the audience tonight. So tonight, just so everybody understands the process moving forward, tonight we'll make recommendations to council, and then city council will again go through this process in June. So you do have additional opportunity to provide public comment to city council before their hearings in June. So I just want to be very clear about that. If you weren't able to make it for testimony this week, you can do that for council in June. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
with your permission, I'd like to ask the deputy director and city staff about our idea of doing a clean up or down and then a trailing resolution listing changes and concerns.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Would you say your name again?
Jessica Zelag.
VLAN.
Zelag, as in zebra and then lag like tag.
May I just call you Jessica, please?
Yes.
So Jessica.
It's my husband's fault too, by the way, the last name.
Last night and today, or well, really last night, we were trying to figure out like how procedurally to handle the rest of this evening. And I think several of us would like to explore just making straight up or down without amendment motions for the two items, the ZOA and the CPA.
Mhm.
And then doing a third motion to create a trailing resolution to the city staff and council that lists our concerns and suggested changes. So it's not a binding resolution, but we can't really do anything binding on this anyway. So it includes our recommendations, and that way we're on record as saying, you know, what we're either concerned about or where we would suggest more data would be helpful, or where we flat out have changes to the document. There was a sense of many of us that getting into trying to amend our recommendation in the document begins to pull apart like a Jenga tower, and we didn't want to do that. So I was wondering if you and Andrea and Crystal and James and everybody are okay with that procedure and idea.
Yeah, and my recommendation would be to just make the cleanest recommendation, like you said.
Yeah.
But to also remind you all that this is a legislative
Right.
decision
Mhm.
and action. And so you don't have to be in consensus
Right.
on all of the different
resolution. Right.
considerations that you have.
Yeah.
So to organize it however you'd like,
Right.
but I think that that proposal of moving in three
So
separate
we're
steps.
thinking on the trailing resolution that each one of us could contribute the points that we're interested in. So it'll build up a list
Mhm.
that we all agree with, and then we can kind of all vote to say, yeah, that's what we think,
Mhm.
so that we don't get into debating, you know, what we want to add, because otherwise it'll take a super long time.
Yeah, we're just a little concerned if it was, traditionally when we have amendments to conditions, it gets really messy and complicated and
Mhm.
cumbersome. And I think we're in a position right now where I think we all have a lot of thoughts and considerations, not so much red line exact comment changes in the document. So we were just trying to think of a big picture of method to give you all of those ideas. Now, obviously, we're being recorded, so there's another method, right? That people are going to hear all of our
Yeah,
thoughts.
all of
So-
this will be a part of the record. Your comments will be a part of the record, and that full record is what goes on to city council.
Great. Okay. So I think we're good then, Mild, if we, yeah.
I'd like
do
to
that
do
way.
it. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
So last night or the night before, I passed out a list of my kind of running list. If you're using it, here are some things you might add that I heard. If you're not, then you can chill out for a minute. So the last one on the old list was electronic sign dwell time 20 versus 8. This is Dewan's issue. And I've added 4 more issues. One is the VRT memo dated April 20, 2023. Seems like we should talk about that and try and deal with that. That was Elaine Clegg. The next was the elimination of minor land divisions. That's an interesting question because it pushes, as far as I can tell, it pushes like all these R1C splits into the subdivision process, which is a lot longer and goes to council.
Mhm.
So it's a major change in how simple like 1 to 2 lot splits work. I think we should talk to the city about that and what that means. 17 or the 17th issue I have is creating an executive summary, including a before and after table for the public as soon as possible to get that out there. I think we heard a lot of people talk about that. I think that's a very reasonable request. And the last one I just heard from my friend Betty Berman Solo, who sadly did not testify, is she wants us to think about, and we heard this from the Southwest Ada County Alliance, Marissa, about the water pressure out there in Southwest Boise and those private wells. I think we ought to talk about it. I'm not sure there's a lot we can do about it in this code, but I think we should at least discuss it. So that's all I got.
Yeah. Thank you, Milt. I think maybe we'll just jump in real quick with some of the low hanging fruit, and maybe, I don't know if it's Andrea or Jessica, but let's talk about the electronic sign dwelling time. Just real quick, that seems to be fairly straightforward.
Basically, why did we move it?
Yeah, why did we change it? I mean, the testimony we received, right, is that this industry standard seems to be 8 seconds. This new code moves it to 20 seconds. Can you guys give us a little background?
Good evening, commissioners. For the record, Andrea Tuning with Planning and Development staff. We can give you a brief synopsis of that. So the industry standard is 8 seconds. If you evaluate standards across the country, they do range from anywhere from there is no requirement to being completely prohibited. A lot of them do fall approximately at 8 seconds. The city has received some comments in regard to brightness of the sign, so we evaluated that, as well as the distraction that takes place with the changing of that. That is why we recommended the 20 seconds. Of course, 8 seconds is what we have currently today, and I don't know that that would be the end of the world.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please. Milt.
Andrea, did we have any scientific or accident data or any data that showed that going from 8 seconds to 20 or longer than 8 had any, measurable benefit?
As a follow-up to Commissioner Gillespie, we did look at national data, nothing at the local level. So we do know that if there is a static sign, that provides less distraction and would ultimately have the least amount of results. Unfortunately, there isn't anything that we have locally that we could evaluate, just that common knowledge that as changes do occur, there is some distraction.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other low hanging fruit that we
Any
want?
on this one? Any electronic sign dwell time issues?
Like that,
I'm
yeah.
going to put on my list, we should leave it at 20. So that's
Okay.
where I'm at.
Okay, yeah,
I agree, Milt, on that one.
Okay.
Just, there's not
Okay.
enough data otherwise.
okay.
Can we talk about 11 fence requirements?
I was-
WUI parcels abutting open
I
space?
was just thinking that might be another nice, easy one to get going, get moving.
Oh,
Team, yeah, so the WUI fence requirements discussion, we heard about wood fencing a budding open space.
Yes, if you'll just give us one
Sure.
brief second to get our slide. So we do have the wildland urban interface. It is ultimately intended to reduce the risks that are attached to humans and animals and where they converge. It is extremely important. As a part of that, we coordinated with our fire department, Idaho Fish and Game, as well as a number of residents. And as part of that, there was a minor error. So you did hear comments in regard to fencing. And ultimately, currently, it does require a perimeter solid fence to deter deer and elk. We would like to, as we move forward, make some potential modifications to that. And there are really a couple of components to that. Recognizing that fencing should not be required. However, there are some design standards that if fencing is utilized, ensuring that it is non-combustible. And then the
Yeah.
last one is ensuring that we have some type of solid fencing or screening around large animal feed. That was actually a comment that came from Idaho Fish and Game asking for the deterrent to exist. And we think that that is a suitable recommendation.
Yeah, okay. That's great. The only thing I might add to that thought process is that there's something in the code that indicates not to include fences shall not include like sharp protrusions at the top that might impale wildlife as they try to jump over said
Yeah.
fence. Yeah. So what's that?
Or my kids.
Or your kids or Milt's kids who apparently can jump quite high.
Damn right. I got hops.
Okay. Any other discussion on that topic? Okay. And of course, gang, we're starting with the list that Milt graciously put together a couple of nights ago, anything else we can add or subtract or anything that you all have, or of
Mr.
course,
Chair.
fair, please.
Can we add, I think the Southwest Ada Alliance also asked about the 200 feet buffer on the drive-through. And I looked up the revised code today and I believe it's still the same, but I just need a confirmation of that. I think we're actually requiring 200 feet on that. But I just wanted to verify. Like, so I think there is a current 200 feet buffer in the new revised code.
If that's when you can just give us a second, we'll look
Mhm.
that one up.
Mr. Chair, while they're doing that, I got a question.
Yeah, sure thing.
Process. So
Yeah.
low hanging fruit that we're talking about now and questions. I had a list of questions that I was going to ask of staff, and then based on those answers, I was going to either, X them off or propose them back to the commission for
Yeah.
inclusion on this list. So that's kind of where I was thinking. I'm feeling a little out of sync with how we're doing this.
Yeah, that's great. There's really not a specific order here tonight. So I think it's fire away at this point, John. And then, we'll get to a point where we're all pretty satisfied with our questions, and then we can really start to hone in on changes. Okay.
Do you want us to respond to the drive-through? first?
Drive-through,
Okay.
yeah.
Again, for the record, Andrea Tuning. So if you do take a look at what we have for existing as well as proposed, there are some design setbacks that talk about where you are when you are adjacent to a residential use. So in our existing codes, in the C1D, we do require a 200-foot setback from the residential use or zone when there's a drive-through window or a lane. We ultimately do have a setback in all of the other zones, which is 10 feet, and that continues today as well. So that if you note, the drive-through lanes shall be set back at least 10 feet from each residential zoning district or residential use.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Mooney.
So regarding the drive ups in Swaka's testimony from last night, are they speaking of county or, I was kind of confused about her perspective because she was speaking of county properties and not necessarily in the city, I thought.
Yeah, well, if memory serves, I believe I recall that application a year or two ago. It was out off of Overland, I believe. So it was within her district, but it was within city limits. Yeah. And it was, if I'm referencing the right project, it was on Overland near the Fred Meyer out there at 5 Mile. And it was within a subdivision, like a commercial subdivision, but there's residential adjacent to it.
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Danley.
the way that I'm interpreting this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me like we are making a decision here. And the decision is we want the drive-through to be behind the building and not street side. But that comes at the potential expense of if there's residential located behind the parcel, then to achieve that objective, we're willing to go down to 10 feet to the nearest residential lot. And if that's not allowed, if we're not going to try to do that, then it looks like there's some language where it still could end up being street side. But I think our overall objective is what I first suggested, trying to get drive-throughs away from the street interaction space that we know, pedestrian realm, all that, but that may come at the expense of this 10 feet to the residential, which is a shift from our existing code.
Commissioner Danley, that is correct. We do have policies in both the existing as well as the proposed code that does require either a wall or landscaping that will provide some sound abatement. It will also provide some visual screening. So if we have headlights, those types of things, noises that are occurring, that we do have the ability to provide that buffer between that residential and commercial interaction.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore?
I think on top of that, in all but I think it's the MX2 zone, it is required to be mostly enclosed. I'm a little bit confused about how that's reading. So the way I'm reading that is it's covered and then it's got a solid wall that comes down in front of it, but the two end walls, the cars come in and then they go out. Those don't have roll-up doors or anything on them. They're just open. So it would just be that kind of full solid canopy. Is that correct?
Commissioner Moore, that is correct. So we would allow the two ends to be open. We just want it to be architecturally integrated into the larger structure. So not a pergola, not just an addition, that it's an actual component of the building.
Okay, let's keep going. We got a lot to do, kids.
There's a lot of words on that.
So why don't
Words on
I
that screen.
cut to a juicy one, which is the CUP conditions and the change in those CUP conditions. So I'm going to let you guys pull that up. I think that's a pretty important change in that we're trying to narrow the meaning of adverse impact. Could you all talk about why you wanted to do that and what you think that the net effect will be?
Okay, while they're pulling that up, I'm going to check in with you all. So do we feel like we've resolved the drive-through question enough? Or do we have
Add the
additional?
Q&A on
I've
it.
got to trying to do my homework here. Might need to circle back on it, maybe.
I'm okay with it. I was okay with it because where it's closer to residences, it's enclosed.
Yep.
And where I think it's not, it's way
far
far
away.
away.
Yep.
And it moves it to the back, and it generally is discouraging of drive-throughs, which I think is the clear direction of the comp plan and the strategy
Okay.
to do that.
All right, commissioners. So we did evaluate all of our findings very closely. We wanted to ensure that we were getting exactly what we needed to become a vibrant city. So as you can see, the existing conditional use findings do have 7 different findings. Some of them are not applicable to all, but the majority of them are. So the first 5 are applicable to every conditional use permit. So often we heard throughout the public testimony, specifically in regard to the 4th one, the proposed use, if it complies with all conditions opposed, will not adversely affect other property of the vicinity. So when we look at how that compares to our proposed codes, ultimately, we wanted to ensure that we were getting the best that we could. So the proposed use will not create any material negative impacts to uses in the surrounding area, and any material negative impacts will be mitigated to the maximum extent practicable, or the public benefits of the proposed use outweigh any material negative impacts of the proposed use that cannot be mitigated. And ultimately, that takes a close look at levels of service and how those are happening. Oftentimes within the city of Boise, we have a level of service F on a specific roadway. The entitlement is oftentimes there, so we can't eliminate any type of impact, but we certainly can mitigate for that. We can ensure that we have continuous pedestrian facilities. We can provide for alternative and active modes of transportation. So we can provide for walkability, bikeability, and all of the components that make our city truly vibrant and everything that we are looking for and healthy.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrea. How do you define surrounding area?
If I can chime in on this too, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gillespie. So the next slide, if we could go to that one as well. Oh, maybe that's not it. Sorry. So in the existing code, it says vicinity. In the proposed code, it says surrounding area. Neither one are defined, but the word choice is this intending to imply the same
The
thing.
intent is the same. Okay.
And if I could speak to two other items on the proposed code. A suggestion we might have for consideration is adding an and right next to that last or, so that there's either no material impact in the surrounding area or any material negative impacts will be mitigated and or the public benefit of the proposed use outweigh any material negative impacts. And then additionally, that term, the maximum extent practicable, there is a definition in the code that's provided that we could put up too. Because there were some questions about that, that explains what that means.
Great.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on one second. Oh, Chris, I think, Janelle, did you have something?
I didn't.
Okay. Please go ahead, Chris.
To your point, I just wonder, we already define a distance in our code, in our proposed code for notifying. So I'm curious if maybe we can potentially align those, because if we're basically saying it's important and enough for us to notify people 300, in some cases farther away, of a pending decision, then I wonder if the alignment for a CUP would be something similar, so that it helps us in the future and council in the future, when considering this very element of the ultimate approval or not. I don't know if that's the exact distance, but just, maybe something to think about.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, great question. And, is it worded to give some flexibility to staff to make that determination about what is,
Yeah.
how big is the area that's being impacted by the proposed project? Right.
Well, and recognizing that we can't require offsite improvements for certain pieces too.
Mhm.
So how do the mitigation can only go so far, but awareness of and decisions for, is a little bit different. So
Mhm.
yeah, I do think though, having some sort of a definition of distance would be helpful.
Staff, any input there?
Commissioner Schaefer, you could certainly recommend that. We did not, because with every application, we try and look at things context specific.
Mhm.
So oftentimes we are adjacent to different types of things, whether you might be next to a park, a school, perhaps you have a street that separates you. Those are very, very different than
Mhm.
immediately adjacent and a similar use. So we evaluate that on a case-by-case basis, which we find to be the best evaluation technique.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Commissioner Gillespie.
As someone who's had many an abstract discussion with James about adverse impact, I'm sympathetic to the idea of trying to narrow it down. I wonder if this doesn't go a step too far. And I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, why do we need all that bit on the public benefit, the or? And because I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's ever come up in a CUP discussion. So for example, an example Dave Kangas will know about, right? When we're putting a bigger development, a bigger building in the bench, and there's a concern about the adverse impact of the traffic on the roads. We don't really ever argue, well, that adverse impact is offset by the public benefit of creating more dwelling units, right? We talk about that in fact the volume on the roads isn't that extensive, or it's just not material. So we do kind of bring in materiality with the simple definition we use now, but I can't recall if we've ever made like a public benefit trade-off argument. So I'm wondering why we need that.
Good evening, commissioners. For the record, James Smith, Deputy City Attorney. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Gillespie, and we've discussed these kind of things at length. Just as a bit of perspective, and I want to be careful not to speak too far on this in terms of the planning's intent on this, but as we see sitting behind you there, we see the commission, this august body, wrestling with this question, at length about what is an adverse impact and what is the type of development that you're supposed to approve on a conditional use permit. So when the proposed code says public benefit, the intent is actually to raise the bar in the sense that if you're finding material impacts, that is significant impacts that you're not able to mitigate, it asks you to weigh those against, and so public benefits may be, used loosely there in the sense of what are the comp plan goals that you're serving, and what are the, how will this development impact the neighborhood and the city, perhaps, and we would hope usually for the better. So,
Mr. Chairman, so is it your perspective that this new language is in a sense more restrictive and that it puts a higher bar on a CUP than the old language?
that's the intent.
Okay.
And in line with Deputy Director Zelag's point to swap that word for and, in the sense of you're going to make one of two findings in this proposed standard. Either you don't see material impacts, you look at it and sure, every development has externalities, right? But or you do see some and you've mitigated them to the extent that you can from there at the dais and from the conditions that you can see your way clear to imposing. And then even if there's something left, what it asks you to do is find that this project is designed or the use is scaled, or the use in some way is serving all the things that City Council through the comp plan is asking you to ensure.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, please, Mo.
So if that's the way to understand it, then I like the new CUP wording.
Agreed.
Okay, that's just my view.
Yeah.
Okay, next turn for someone else.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore?
I think on the CUP, and this kind of ties in PUD, but on the CUP findings, a lot of the comments that we received was about not waiting for build out to see the benefits, like see some of these kind of requirements that we might set, whether it's a trail or something like that. And so my mind automatically goes to a construction site where it's all fenced off and you don't want people walking through that site while they're trying to build something. It's dangerous. And it can be a real hazard. And so I 100% understand why we wouldn't want to require somebody to do that, because you are bringing people into a potentially dangerous area by doing that. But I was curious what thoughts the city had on requiring some of those benefits up front.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a great question. I think in our testimony too, we had some specific examples. We had some specific examples mentioned about, for example, trails in the foothills, right? That, subdivisions being built, the roads and the sidewalks are constructed, but the lots maybe aren't built out yet. And yet the trails aren't built because the houses aren't built. So there's some input there from staff on that question. Is that kind of what you're getting at too, right, Jennifer? Okay. For those of you listening at home, that's Milt's number 7. I know.
For the record, Andrea Tuning, we have given this quite a bit of thought, and really we think that, again, we evaluate things on a case-by-case basis. So when we're talking about an amenity that might be adjacent to a construction site, it's certainly not appropriate to have people going to or through that area for safety purposes. Now, there is a different perspective that when it is a larger community serving amenity that might be a trail or something like that, that may be a way. So we did not include that as part of this. We believe that discretion should be utilized on that case by case basis and allow the determining body to appropriate whatever is the appropriate way for us to handle that. So it could be through a phasing project or ensuring that the trailhead is, secured before first occupancy is given. And just because everything does have such a unique circumstance, we thought we would leave that leeway to the deciding body.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Andrea. Commissioner Mooney, I know you had a couple of questions. Do you want to jump in or?
Yeah, I've got some questions, but I don't want to get in the weeds. So,
Well,
but I'll open up with one of
this
them.
is the time to do it.
Tree canopy. So on 153, so just as a reference on our new code, the use standards for, so this is a question, I guess, for anyone in staff, use standards for duplex, triplex, fourplex. A lot of testimony about floor area ratios, not there anymore. And I'm trying to understand what that means for the city. If we remove the FAR and minimum open space seems to be reduced in some areas from what the testimony we heard, a bit of it, then do we lose tree canopy or what's the risk? What's the city's thoughts on that?
Sure. Chairman Schaefer and Commissioner Mooney. So a couple of things. I think that the recommendation around the floor area ratio. So one point of clarification around that is that, as you probably know, for a single family home, single family detached dwelling, there is no requirement for lot coverage or floor area ratio. One of the goals with examining our design standards was, again, making that clarification between sort of single family dwellings and multiple family dwellings. And so bringing those single family and like duplex standards somewhat closer in alignment. And so that's part of the thinking behind that. In terms of the tree canopy, I mean, we heard a lot of, great testimony on this. One of the things that is to be considered is the clarification in our code and the strengthening of language around really requiring those detached sidewalks with an 8-foot landscape strip for street trees, so that when an application is coming in or a project is coming in, we're getting trees along the sidewalk and we're getting class 3 trees wherever possible. And so that's something that is, not dependent on the site developing or redeveloping in the future, but is kind of permanently in place as part of that canopy. Excuse me, I'm trying to remember what your other question was.
That covers it, I think, mostly. But so that helps me a lot, because what I was hearing and a lot of the great testimony, Greg Ostro, for example, a lot of those graphics, he's clearly painting a picture of when R1Cs get developed to 4 plexes and beyond, that will end up with really tight development on those lots, but that tree canopy loss will be offset in the detached sidewalk, which I hadn't thought about. So I think that helps me understand it a little bit better. And I think I was thinking about trying to add that to the list, but I don't think it's worthwhile.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, ML.
Commissioner Mooney, or if I might, John. So that to me fits in item 4, multi-unit and ADU rules. Like this is a whole constellation of stuff along. Are we comfortable as a commission, or what's our advice on the rules that they've proposed for multi-unit, which basically is saying you can now build duplexes, triplexes, and quads if you meet certain conditions, either affordability or sustainability, on a lot of different residential districts. I'm very interested in that. I think they're where that I would set them at the beginning of the process, but I'm really interested in what happens, like how many are going to get built. I don't think we're going to see a rapid and vast build out of these multifamily units in the neighborhoods of the city. For many years, it's been possible to do some of this already, and we just as a percentage of eligible lots, you might take to council, like of the percentage of lots now that could be duplexes or tris or quads, how many have actually been converted from single family? I don't think it's a very high percentage. So I'm kind of comfortable with the whole multi-unit ADU framework in the R zones. I would point out that issue, along with the R1C dimension changes, is the primary aspect of this code that distributes the burden of density more uniformly across the whole city, right? Because those R1C zones, R1A, R1B, they're all over the city. So one of the most potent points that we heard was the inequality of the burden of change in our city. And these points 1, 2, and 4 on my list, they're the points that really have the opportunity to spread that density burden out. Like it's kind of like a tax base problem. The broader the tax base, the less the tax has to be. So the broader amount of space we make eligible for density, the less density increase we need in any one place. And I think that's a really good thing. So I blithered on enough about that. Why don't, if anyone else has any multi-unit ADA rules in our zone issues, I think now is a great time.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Daly.
I want to touch on that point, but I'd like to also get going back to the tree discussion because it was definitely brought up multiple times. So I'll start with one of the things in a note that I heard is the concern of the deed restriction and just the general flexibility there with ADUs in particular. And so it was a concern brought up by many people. And if we can improve that language somehow, and I'm not exactly sure how, but, I would be curious what other commissioners heard and general sentiment on, the overall concerns that were brought up and how we could address them in the rewrite.
Yeah, it's a great question, right? I mean, there was written testimony that we received, about eventually maybe do those deed restrictions sunset at some point in the future. Are we creating a situation, 50 years from now it's going to make it untenable, right? Or really difficult to make changes. So I think it's a great question to discuss.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Milt.
Chris, how does that relate to tree? Did that relate to?
No.
He wants to swing back. He wants to swing back.
Going back to the ADU.
Okay, great. I got it. Oh, I say you wanted to talk about trees, but okay.
I want a deed restriction on trees.
That's what I'm getting. I was confused.
No, I was trying to describe 2 points. They're unrelated.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, please, Mo.
So Chris, are you talking about that, like the owner occupancy or the affordability deed restrictions, or like what exactly are these the ones you're interested in?
It sounded to me like the concern was that we're somehow sort of painting ourselves into corners in a way with the time sunsetting of the deed restrictions. And so I just want to make sure that we exercise that out. And if we feel good about that time, because of, like you kind of mentioned in an earlier question, if there's industry research that's been done, or for whatever reason, the general sentiment of the public as we've gone through this, then fine. I just want to make sure we bring that to light because I know it was brought up in many cases.
And this might really be all we need to do, right?
Yeah.
Is point it out, right? So that council can maybe reassess that.
We have
there
a
needs to
definitive,
be
I think,
determination.
50-year timeline, right? And so when we put numbers out there, like we were talking earlier about notification or talking about CPU distances, that's great. I just making sure that number is rooted in something that's sensible and certainly not going to turn around and bite us somehow later on. That's all.
I mean, Tim did mention, the deed restriction discussion last night in his opening remarks, and that, they didn't really necessarily considered that, but those would terminate at some point in the future. Staff, do you have anything else to add to that tonight?
Well, yeah, yes, Chairman Schaefer and Commissioner Danley, on the number, the 50 years. So in the spring of last year, we had a ULI task force related to housing. And national experts come in looking at our current zoning and the situation in our city. And there's different strategies throughout the country. Sometimes 99 years is chosen. You at least want to be above 30 years for some financing. We chose 50. Really the decision of where to fall within that 30 to 99. It could be any number. We felt like internally 50, and after talking to our housing and community development staff, that's a number that we should stick with for now. And then understand the management of these, compliance with these, how it's working. And then we'll have a rolling sunset of those, but that could be something that we look at.
I think that's
annually.
a perfectly fair answer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's rooted in national best practice. And so that answers that for me anyway. I'm just saying that kind of gets at it. Now, can I get to the tree?
Get back to trees.
Don't ask.
I'm obviously, massive proponent of our tree canopy and our street trees. One of the things I want to make sure to avoid is if we plant type 3 trees, larger shade trees in the buffer space between sidewalks and our streets, that our lovely friends at Idaho Power don't come in and hack off, 2/3 of the tree canopy, because that's the way they do it. They're not gentle. And so I want to make sure that we're aligned with that, because the whole point of this is not just the street trees, but it's also a mitigation against potential trees that are cut down, right? And so ensuring that they're healthy, that they achieve everything we're getting. I just want to make sure that is that detail when they do grow and get close to those wires, which they're going to, that's considered. So it's more of a statement. I don't know if anybody has any comments on that, but that's one thing. The other thing I was going to say is we also have, as the city, a tree planting program, right? We have a pretty robust one. And I'm just kind of thinking, how can this code tie to that in some sort of a mitigation of, and I don't know if it's a fee, I hate to go down that realm or that road, but how can we use that program to mitigate any trees, especially the large shade trees, in some meaningful way?
Mr. Chair, to piggyback on that.
Please.
So with the previous question I asked about the fourplexes and up and boxy, and that's going to be offset by the street trees. They're not going to be, because there could be some huge trees on that existing R1C that are going to be taken out, and we'll never get the caliper inches in the street trees. So I think to Chris's point, where do we recover that?
Right. I don't know. Staff, sorry, I'm just being a little.
Chairman Schaefer, Commissioners Mooney and Danley. Yeah, all great questions. I mean, we do have the 1-to-1 mitigation requirement that is existing today and is being carried over in the proposed code for anything that's 1.5 caliper inch or greater. I think that a piece of this that lives outside of the code is continuing to coordinate with our forestry department very closely, which when drafting a lot of our tree language, we did speak with them very frequently and get their advice about, what are the best practices for mitigation that will actually get us the largest trees. And also thinking about sort of timeline of growth for canopy. So recognizing that some trees might grow very quickly, but that's not necessarily going to provide the longevity that we really like in a mature tree canopy. So all of these things definitely went into the consideration. To the point about very large mature trees in backyards is an excellent one. It's a concern with single family detached dwellings. It's a concern with any kind of development. So that's why we have the mitigation program in place. And I think also to Commissioner Gillespie's point about, thinking about how to reduce some of that concentration of the density of a project. So rather than having very large sites always developing, being able to see more of a variety and option of housing in different neighborhoods. So, as you're certainly aware of some of the struggles with offsite mitigation.
Mhm.
That can be great that we have that, but also how is that mitigating for the loss of tree canopy in that area? So thinking about the scale of development that's happening, and again, having that, trying to do things like having a, modest parking reduction, but recognizing that if you're willing to preserve healthy trees on site, we want to work with you to make that work with the site that you have, with the kinds of things that we can be flexible on. So hopefully that answers your questions, but happy to answer any more.
Got one. Thank you for that. If you could go back maybe 1 or 2 slides. Yeah, right here. So I caught this in a couple places within the maybe in the R1, in the residential zones. So I believe as it is right now with ACHD's requirement is a 8-foot planter strip for class 2 trees, but then it's a 10-foot width for both class 1 and class 3. Is that correct? Is that your understanding? Okay. So I think there's a couple references in the code. We probably just want to make sure that's correct. I don't want to create a situation where this is counter to ACHD requirements, right? Because here we're saying 8-foot width for class 2 and 3, which ACHD wouldn't go for.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah.
There are some small allowances that ACHD does allow, and they're currently evaluating their tree policy currently. So we wanted to make sure that that was available.
Okay.
And oftentimes when there's the installation of a root barrier system, they do allow the smaller planter width. So where it does typically require an 8-foot planter, they do allow you to go down to a 6 if you're utilizing a root barrier. Our hope is that perhaps we can utilize an 8-foot planter with some root barriers that would allow some of those larger trees in there as well.
Gotcha. Okay, great. And maybe while we're on the topic too, if you could, for the benefit of all of us and the audience, can you walk us through how the tree mitigation process works currently and as proposed, right? Because it's really not changing, just a high level.
Sure, we can certainly do that.
Okay.
Our current code allows you to mitigate on site, which is obviously the preferred method. So if you are needing to mitigate, it would be 1 tree inch for every tree inch that you're removing that's above that 1.5 caliper inches. Now, there is an alternative because there are times where you can't accommodate on site for the removal of the trees because they are excessively large, there's too many. There are some of those alternatives. And so we currently do allow you to contribute to our Parks Fund. They have a formula that identifies a calculation of what that tree is worth in value. You make that contribution, and then they track where it is, and they ensure that the trees that do go in are planted within your area. So if something is removed in West Boise, we're not reforesting in East Boise. So we're trying to be equitable. If a tree is removed in a certain area, that we're actually getting that tree back into that same area to provide those benefits to those residents.
Great.
And
Thanks,
the new
Andrew.
proposed code is very, very similar.
Very similar, right?
Yes.
Right.
Just to, if I can,
Yeah.
I think that's a work session topic that we need to have. We're always talking about needing things to talk about and to learn. And I would suggest that would be a great thing for us to hear. 30 minutes on it. Tell us how it's working, the successes, because I don't know any other city that's really doing that. And I think it's important for us to hear. And when we deliberate and think about this issue, to know the details of this. So I would highly encourage a future work session on this.
Me too. Love it.
Mr. Chair, quick one on
Yeah, please,
on
John.
trees again. Existing parking lots, landscaping, page 272, it's obviously the intent to gain a tree canopy in the parking lots. We'd like to do that quicker, right? So restriping is mentioned. Is restriping require a permit? I mean, how does the city know if parking lot's getting restriped so we can ask to get the trees upgraded? On page 272.
If you'll just give us one moment, we can get there.
It's like an open book test in high school, right?
Well, we're, I
Get to it faster.
think the real,
Mooney, we don't find it on 272. Where is it?
Is it 272 of the PDF or?
Of the PDF.
Ah.
On the, in the April 13th memo.
Wow, we're
I'm using the red line code, which I thought was preferred.
I'm using paper.
yeah, we're analog. We're analog over here.
All I got on this page,
Yeah, so soil amendments.
284.
The real test actually
It-
tonight
it might
is
be-
staff flipping through all this stuff.
You can also tell us what section. But we found it. We found that one.
Okay, you got it.
282 of a different.
282 of the PDF or 282 of the code?
284 on the paper.
Love it. Ah.
How will we know?
Just Chair, the intent there was just to try to get, when it's restriped, let's just get some trees. And I'm trying to figure out if that works.
Gotcha.
Find it like when the question is.
Got it.
If you can just give us a moment, we can actually find that. But what
Sure.
I can tell you is today, when we evaluate that, if you are simply restriping your parking lot, we consider that just maintenance and repair. As long as you are matching your entitlement or approval, you can go ahead and do that. Now, there are different types of things. So over time, when your parking lot deteriorates, what happens is if you hit certain thresholds, then you have to install landscaping. And so the way it works today and under our current code, you can do any modifications up to 25% of the parking lot. Once you exceed that 25%, if you fall in that 25 to 50%, what you have to do is you have to bring the parking lot up to standards that was in your entitlements. And then also make sure that you have perimeter landscaping that meets the current code. Now, if you go above 50%, now you have to bring everything up to code. That would be your interior planters, your terminal planters, as well as your perimeter planters. So now when we evaluate what's happening in those existing parking lots here, I think you again see those thresholds. So the 25%, the 26 to 50%, then you do have requirements that are attached to that.
And I can, if I can follow up.
Please, Chris, yeah.
Because I recall an absolute item that we had a year and a half ago. And this is where it gets tricky because it's a parking lot, but it's a surface storage lot. So it's parking, but long-term. And it's all asphalt. And we didn't require trees. And that lot, which is up off Highway 21, is surrounded by residential. So that lot with all that asphalt, that's going to get really, really warm and then retain a whole bunch of heat, right, is cooking right next to where people are living. And that's a distinction because it's not technically, at least according to the code, a parking lot. It is technically a storage shed or outside storage unit, right? So a distinction, and I don't know how many more of those we may get. I think it's a use that's largely going away, but in those kinds of incidences or instances, how do we mitigate that? Because I don't know that that's something, I don't recall that detail in here. It's a unusual one.
Commissioner Danley, just as a follow-up, years ago, we did certainly allow those areas to be paved. When we evaluated our landscaping ordinance, I think that was done in about 2015, we did evaluate that. And so auto dealerships, outdoor storage, we do now require the interior planter islands. There is now a
Not that
way
one.
that you can seek alternative methods. So if you were to identify where those terminal planters were and you perhaps bring forward an alternative that says, I can provide that amount in square footage that I would be providing, and I'd provide you additional, but I want to do it at the perimeter. We do allow some of those cases to exist to accommodate individual users, but we have gotten away from the solid surfacing.
Andrea, did our minimum, I'm looking at table 11-04.15, minimum plant sizes. Did our minimum tree size get smaller? Because it's a 1.5 inch caliper tree, which is a stick. I can't help myself. I'm a landscape architect. I got to ask that question, you know?
This is exciting stuff for
It
him,
is.
man.
Chairman Schaefer, I can look up the table and perhaps give you a more detailed answer.
Sure.
In a general sense, I would say, again, through many conversations with community forestry, one of the things that we talked about was, aligning our code with the availability of trees in
Okay.
nurseries as well.
Mhm.
So we don't want to create an issue where the caliper of tree that we are requiring as a minimum cannot be found in nurseries in the Treasure Valley, which is an issue that does come up, something that they shared with us. And so wanting to make sure that the tree selection guide that Parks puts out is, providing the species and classes and types that are necessary for a healthy tree canopy, but also aligning our regulations to recognize that we need the trees that are available through nurseries, and that also sometimes installing very large caliber trees that have been allowed to grow up outside of that context can create issues with growth as well.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. My only other comment on that, though, is that many times, in my day job, I will specify a certain size, like 2-inch caliber tree or 3-inch caliber tree, and we have to settle for a bit smaller tree because that's what's available. So I just don't want to see us, and it's hard to get much smaller than a 1.5 inch caliper tree. So that's just a little bit of, the world I live in day to day. So I appreciate it. I sort of suspected that was the logic behind the change or that size, but I wanted to ask the question.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So on the trees, and thinking about Idaho Power cutting the tree, or, trimming up the trees, have you had any discussions with Idaho Power about undergrounding power lines where possible and things like that? I know that places additional easements on there, which probably affects the size trees that can be planted. I'm not 100% sure about that, but have you had any conversations about undergrounding power lines and things like that? So it's not as much of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
We have had a number of discussions with Idaho Power. We've talked about both overhead and ensuring that our trees are not growing into the power lines and they aren't trimmed in ineffective ways that ruin the tree canopy for both the pedestrian or for the larger community. So we have talked about that. And then if you'll notice in the code as well, there's also a segment that ultimately talks about that if there is some type of utility that prohibits you from planting your tree in the ideal location, you're still required to plant that tree, but you have to plant it outside of that area to where you might impact that. And everybody has a little bit different standard. So whether that's an open irrigation or whether it's closed, or whether we have underground utilities such as Idaho Power or a cable company. And so they would be required to place that tree just in a location where it will be viable.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please, Jennifer.
So there's no at this time, there's no requirement to underground the power lines and mitigate the tree issue with that, or it's just kind of as required by Idaho Power at the moment?
The zoning code does not specify any type of requirement for underground or overhead.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mooney.
could I open up the parking discussion with
Please.
table 1104.9. So this is an easy parking question that I'll start with, and I'm sure we'll get to more difficult ones. Retail sales, big box, greater than 60,000 feet, 125% of required maximum. We heard some testimony about that. And So what's the city's thoughts on why not let the commercial vendor determine how many parking slots they need for their customer base rather than maximize or basically capping them?
Commissioner Mooney, we did also evaluate that. And when we take into account our climate goals to reduce the heat island effect, making sure that we are getting everything that we need, we ultimately determined that it was the best solution to go where we have landed.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not disputing that. And in fact, the Black Friday website is an interesting one. If you haven't ever checked that one out with the lack of parking lot use. But in this case, why not let that commercial entity go beyond the maximum if they stay in the same footprint, i.e. if they use other parking technologies, lifts, build a parking garage, but they still keep their footprint. So it's not taking up space in our city for cars, but they're just going up with their cars. Was that an opportunity?
Yeah, that is certainly an option for us to consider. Ultimately, we want to plan our city around the day-to-day activities, not for peak user times. So oftentimes when we do talk about Black Friday or Christmas time, there's a period of 5 to 7 days where parking lots are utilized to the maximum, yet the remainder of the year, they often remain empty. We want to make sure that we're utilizing the land the best that we can and giving all of the right opportunities for landscaping, parking, and mobility as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So to John's point is kind of a remedy for those situations. In order to get an exception to these parking maximums, is it the case that an applicant would seek a traditional variance? They could just, use a
Yes.
traditional variance in order to present their case.
Yes, they could.
Mr. Chairman. So, so I guess my thinking, John, is one of the language in the variance allows for an exceptional use. So if someone comes to us and says, look, I want to put this business here, it's an allowed use, I'm doing everything right, but based on the use I want to put there, here's my calculation, can I get 10 extra spots? That variance seems to me that it might, if it's reasonable, if it's correct, might qualify for a variance. And so that's a system we could use in a sense to look at that stuff. It's not like a hard soup, no way around it, Cap.
Yes, and if you'll notice above on the overhead, there was the way to adjust the parking. So it's ultimately a request to exceed maximum parking. And so there are findings that are attached to that rather than your traditional variance, because a variance has very specific findings that there's a
Right.
hardship that's associated with it,
Right.
which would be very.
So you have an
difficult for-
alternative mini variance.
We do. So-
Basically, it's
Yep.
a special purpose variance.
It's a Tim Keene variance.
Mr. Chairman,
Director.
can we stay on the topic of parking, free parking?
Yeah.
My favorite topic, by the way. A simple question. We heard a lot of debate, people for and against any parking minimums. I really like the idea of starting to implement zero parking development and finding places to do that in the city and begin that process of seeing how so no parking requirement, the developer gets to put in the amount of parking that they think is most advantageous for their development, all the way down to zero if they want. Can you talk about why we can't go ahead and find some space in some zones, in some places to lift all parking restrictions or minimums?
We
Yeah.
have good news for you. So,
Sorry,
Commissioner
Lou.
Gillespie, we have no parking minimums in the C5 today. And then in the proposed code, That would be true for MX5 for downtown, and also in the MX4s. We have no parking minimums. So there are places in existing code and in future code where there are no parking
Damn, I'm
minimums.
embarrassed. I knew about the downtown and existings. I missed the MX4. Okay. Very, very interesting. I would really encourage us to see if we can't find a residential, like an R1C or R2 or R3 area where, maybe it's in the downtown district or a parking overlay or something. But I'm really interested in helping our development community and our buyer community have those options for, zero park residential. Because a lot of the zero parking stuff downtown is giant apartments and, giant, larger commercial spaces.
And Commissioner Gillespie, one thing I just might direct you to as well, it's not a no parking minimum, but we do have that incentive for adaptive reuse, which, my apologies for proliferation of codes. I'm using the print version and that's on page 213, but it's in the development and design standards under incentives. It's the last one. And so with adaptive reuse, we really wanted to encourage the adaptive reuse of buildings rather than seeing the loss of existing buildings. And so you will see there that in the residential zones, there is the ability to get a 50% reduction in parking if you are reusing that existing building. And then in the mixed use zones, whether it's mixed use neighborhood general or the MX3 mixed use active, if you are reusing an existing building, then you are not required to provide additional parking beyond what's already on the site. So recognizing that, if you have a commercial building that you are adaptively reusing into residential, and whatever parking existed at the time that that building was originally built, we would allow you to do that because that would allow more adaptive reuse to happen.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Danley.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Gillespie on this. And all I know, every one of the planners over there is acutely aware that this is an effort that is really growing nationwide. And to, I think, Commissioner Gillespie's point and what was pointed out by staff, even within our C5 now, if there's no parking minimum that we have now, well, guess what we're still seeing? We're still seeing applications that come with parking. So the private sector, the market, the developers are not going to the absolute minimum. Like there's some fear of, well, it's going to, no one's going to build any parking. That's not what we're seeing now. And with our own existing code in place, that market is absolutely still saying, I think to what Commissioner Mooney was mentioning earlier too, is that no, we still need parking and we're going to supply it in the way that we see fit. So it's not an absolute in this.
Yep. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Quick question for the staff guys. So I was looking at the parking tables under use, which was the wrong place, or in part the wrong place. Where are the tables is there a specific parking table that shows parking requirements by zone, like the MXs that you were just talking about, where there isn't? I can't easily remember where that is.
Commissioner Gillespie, there is just the parking table by use. However, when you go into the zoning districts, the first section for MX5, there's a narrative explanation that parking is not required there.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
Yeah, so that kind of brings up a good point that we heard often as well, and I think we just mentioned it tonight, of how difficult it is for a layperson to read the code and understand how to get to different areas in the code. And the suggestion that an executive summary would help, maybe some ways to simplify. I know it's going to be second nature to the planners, and hopefully we'll eventually become more familiar with it. But maybe as someone jumps into it, there's a way to simplify it and make it a little bit easier for a layperson, or especially since we're encouraging R1C property owners to maybe do something with their property. We're entitling them to do more. So it's got to be easy for them to use.
Mr. Chair.
Certainly. Yeah, Commissioner Moore.
I think one thing that's really helpful on the website now, and a lot of this relates to building code, but I think it could easily relate to planning code, is there's little flyers that you get, like if you're building a house, like it's got the flyers of applicable codes and things like that for residential, something like that. And there's probably something for the existing code, but little flyers and things like that with the graphics, those are really nice and helpful for things like that too.
Yes, Commissioner Mooney and Commissioner Moore, thank you for the suggestions. Excellent. And that was something that was talked about during the citywide advisory committee as well. There was some discussion about essentially citizen guides, I think was the term that was used, of coming up with ways that would improve on our current process, even regardless of the code that we have, to sort of synthesize all of the information throughout a zoning ordinance and tailor it towards specific things. So whether it's a property owner, an R1C, small business owner, somebody who wants to do affordable housing projects. So that is definitely something that we are tracking to.
Okay, great. Excellent.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Milton.
permission to move on from parking,
Permission granted.
except.
Unless, wait, sorry, John's got something else.
I guess I just wanted to maybe have a discussion amongst us about respecting the amount of testimony we got about neighbors concerned in their R1C neighborhoods about how that parking is gonna, the fight over parking and I don't know much more we can say.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Milton.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, look, there is no free parking. Someone always pays for parking. It's not free. And the question we have now is who's subsidizing who? And if we eliminate or reduce parking minimums, we reduce that subsidization from people who don't consume parking to, which is now occurring. So people who don't consume parking are now subsidizing those who do, either through higher rents, higher building costs, or, increased road costs. I just think as a matter of long-term policy, we should make the people who use parking and pay. And one of the ways you pay for parking is you have to spend time driving around looking for a parking spot. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with parking congestion and then moving to metered parking and all that, because that's the only way you can control parking and make the people who use it pay for it, which is, an essential part of the strategy we're trying to use. So that would be my answer to those folks that, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, the street parking is a public good, right? So, the city can do things like issue neighborhood parking permits or restrict certain streets. I personally don't think the city should do that, but it's within the city's power to issue neighborhood parking permits and try and do all that. I think that that's the wrong idea, but they can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll sound off that I tend to agree. And I put quite a bit of thought into this issue of minimums and maximums over the week. And I think that the proposed code strikes a nice balance between, incentivizing minimums and not allowing too many maximums. If society is trending towards less car use and we're trying to tend that direction, I think this code does a nice job of striking that balance of what's here now, where are we going, or where are we trying to get to? And maybe in the next 60-year rewrite of this code, there are no minimums, right? But we're not there now. I think we're in a hopefully urbanizing condition in Boise, and we have to find that balance between minimums and maximums and kind of make everybody happy. And I think that this code does a nice job of doing that. That's my take.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, so I brought that up just because I didn't want to leave parking without recognizing we heard a lot about it. So I really wanted to make sure we vetted it out. I agree.
Great.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
Time, I think we heard testimony yesterday that, people driving into Boise, they're not just, we can't penalize everybody for driving a car. Those are the workers the construction workers who work in Marsing, the people coming in because they can't afford to live in Boise. So I think at the same time, they're car dependent because we've pushed them out. And so I understand that there's a little give and take there. But at the same time, they park because they are doing services for Boise downtown. So I just want to point that out as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Great point.
So, Mr. Chair.
Jennifer, yeah.
So with the new code, and this may be an ACHD thing, I'm not sure. The residential parking areas, the zones that you can only park in for like an hour once a day, kind of on the fringes of downtown, do those remain or are those eliminated? Is that? I don't know who. meters
Mr. Chairman, I thought the way on-street parking is regulated, it's not regulated in this development. code,
development,
isn't there a
yeah.
whole
that?
different
That's
set of,
something else, and that stays the same.
it's,
Okay.
it's not.
A lot of head nods from staff in the affirmative.
Yeah, so there's a whole different group of people and procedures
Just like a
for
code of-
deciding where 2-hour parking is and metered
Right.
parking and permitted parking and no park, there's a whole different shooting match on that.
And Chair Schaefer, and any resident can request, it's through our clerk's office, can request a study and go through that process. So if there is a neighborhood or a group of street that is having issues with that, they can go through that process, and many neighborhoods have.
Sure.
Yeah. Commissioner Daly.
I just want to add something that hasn't been mentioned on this subject. And literally today, teaching this subject in Mountain Home, last week in Fruitland, just part of the day job. Streets need friction. If they have friction, they operate as we want them to operate, which is slower speeds, safer speeds, speeds that if a collision were to happen with somebody who happens to not be in a car, is survivable. On-street parking is a way to provide friction. The places where on-street parking is provided but not used is where you see motorists typically exceeding the speeds that we want them to travel at. We have a citywide, sort of 20-mile-an-hour blanket policy in residential areas. Good luck, because a lot of our streets do not self-enforce, and we can't have our police department be constantly bombarded, as was pointed out, with 129 officers short as it is, to go do the enforcement for us. So on-street parking absolutely has a role with regard to public safety, in addition to what we've talked about with storage of a vehicle.
Great point. Thanks, Chris.
Mr. Chairman,
No.
permission to move to item 1, the big one, the R1C dimensional changes, lot size, street frontage, and allowed density.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think we covered the parking topic, so that's a
Okay.
good one to move to.
So this is the biggest issue. This is, in my estimation, the most impactful change in the code in terms of increasing spreading density. So I'd like to ask city staff, why did we go? So the current square footage for R1C is 5,000. At one point in some drafts, I believe we're at 4. Now we're at 3,500. What drove that decision to go from 5 to 4 to 3,500? And I'll just stop there and listen.
Commissioner Gillespie. Yes, we did take quite an evaluation of the R1C zone. And I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the R1C zone is located within our compact land use designations. And so we used that comp plan land use designation to also create some framework for us. And so if you take a look at the allowed densities, they ultimately say up to 15 dwelling up to 15 dwelling units to the acre. And so we always kept that as a piece in the back of our mind. There were also a number of notes throughout the comprehensive plan that's directly noted that planning and development services should reduce the lot size and increase the density in the R1C. So currently we are at 8 dwelling units to the acre, and we knew that we needed to ultimately increase that, but we wanted to stay within the parameters of the comprehensive plan. So you'll notice on here, it does specifically note that the density range is the 6 to 15 dwelling units to the acre. So when we started at 4,000, we thought we were really making a positive impact. But then ultimately, when you look at it, 4,000 square feet, when you look at what an acre is 43,560. That's not really a great density number. And so
It's about 10 or 11.
well, it comes out as an odd number. And
Right.
so if you go down to the 3,500 square feet, that gets you a good solid 12.4 dwelling units to the acre. Now, the other component to that is largely throughout the R1C zone, we have what we call substandard lots of record. So those are typically 25-foot wide lots for interior and then 35-foot wide when you are on a corner lot. That allows you to build your building, still meet your setbacks and those types of components. So the 35 feet typically provides a really nice accommodation for some of those existing lots, and the 25-foot frontage requirement also really nicely correlates with some of those substandard lots of record that exist today. So does that help you through the journey?
So basically, I think what you're saying is we're around 8 currently. Comp plan says 6 to 15. If you go to 4,000, the math works out that you're around 10 or 11. And you'd like to be around 12. And this is the max, this is in a sense the maximum. And not everybody's going to do it. And not all lots can get divided evenly and perfectly. So we'll end up less than substantially less. The 25-foot frontage is to allow some division going from 25 to I think 50 to
Commissioner
match substandard lots.
Yep, Commissioner Gillespie, you've got it.
Okay. I think I understand that. My next question is related to really a data question. So Chris Runyon did a great job presenting some data on the East End, and it made the point that this change affects all neighborhoods, even these so-called, inner protected neighborhoods that I think, you heard some people saying that these changes never affect the North End and East End. Well, this change does. Now, Chris was using it as a bad thing. I'm kind of saying it's actually a good thing because it shows that this particular change affects all areas of the city, which I think is really good. But I'm wondering if the city could provide data to the council and the public on the number of properties that might be divided into how many parcels, and some guess as to how fast that process might occur based on the data of how fast we're already seeing land divisions.
I think that
I'd
was-
like you to provide that data to the city council and us as a way to pace and gauge that change in these R1C areas, because I think it's a sensitive issue. My judgment is it's not going to occur very fast. Other people disagree. And so I hope we can have a data-driven discussion with the city council about this issue.
Yeah, Commissioner Gillespie, I think there's a couple of components to that we really want to analyze clearly. That sometimes you can take 7,000 square feet and divide that number and say, 3,500 square foot lots, that's 2. But that's not always the case. Sometimes you don't have the street frontage that you need. Sometimes an existing home is located in the location that would prohibit you from creating a lot that could be substantiated. So there are a lot of components that go with that, but we did run some numbers to take a look. It's very, very speculative, but Deanna Dupuy can certainly report out on that because we do have some numbers, keeping in mind that it is very, very, very speculative.
So I'm not sure that I need to see those numbers right now. I mean, I'm comfortable with the 3,500 foot plan. I think it has a lot of benefits, but I do think for the public and the city council, it would be really useful to try. And, you know, I asked Chris, did you take into account street frontage in his red light, green light analysis yesterday? He said he did. I don't know if he did. But I would think it would be possible to at least take a few sample areas and do that analysis and say, these are the lots that are dividable today. And if we implemented this zoning code, these would be the lots that would be dividable in the future. And if you could, if you can't do it uniformly across the whole set of parcels in the city, pick a few geographically dispersed neighborhoods, do it there so you can show the council the rough order of magnitude of the potential subdivisions we're talking about.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to, just real quick, John, I'm going to go to you next. I'm going to disagree slightly with Commissioner Gillespie on this one. I completely agree with staff that that's a really difficult egg to crack, right? Because there are so many circumstances with existing buildings, and every application for a lot split is going to be different. So for me, the question that I wrote down last night was, how many lot splits do we have per year? I think for me, that's a better metric to understand how much is this happening every year, right? And that, I think you could use that as a better projection theoretically moving forward. That's just my take on it, because it's just a really, really difficult question. And it's, I mean, the other easy way to do it is to say, well, 12.4 units per acre, how many acres of R1C are in the city, right? That's the easiest way to find that absolute worst case scenario, right? Or the most density. So for me, that's how I approach. I like that question answered, maybe, is how many lot splits are we talking about every year? John.
Yeah, so the way I understand our objective is we're trying to encourage more missing middle in the R1C.
Yes.
And so if that's the case, back to your point, Andrea, about existing single family on a 7,000 foot lot, if it's smack dab in the middle, then it'll never be split with 3,500. So maybe,
or that residence has to be torn down and then split.
so,
right.
so my question is, did you think about, well, maybe it needs to be lower, 3,500 square feet to get that missing middle in as many, in kind of the percentages we want?
I can add to this. One thing that I think is important to note is with our incentives in the R1C, where you have the ability to go up to 4 units if you're opting in to incentive 1, and that includes the ability to subdivide as long as the sum of the units created equals the minimum lot size. So that's a way to get more missing middle, smaller ownership opportunities that may be more affordable within our existing neighborhoods. So just kind of a way around that, instead of making everyone have to have a smaller lot size, tying it directly to what we want as affordable and sustainable housing.
And Commissioner,
Andrew, yeah.
just as a follow-up, if we could go ahead and bring up the slide that shows the.
Deanna looked
different-
excited, like she wanted to share some stats with us a minute ago. So
Well, I
No?
think on that note, your conversation is enough to give us an idea of direction to do some further research.
Okay.
And then prepare some material rather than like napkin math
yeah, right.
right now.
Agreed.
love
I think
napkin
that's
math.
fair.
That's all I do. Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Mill.
I'd like to talk about the new
Yeah,
hike
Can
in
we,
the
can I ask a
R1C
quick
zone.
question on that?
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
And actually, real quick too, just for everybody here, we're at 6:30 right now, and I believe we have a dinner break planned at 7. Is that the plan, staff? Okay, so we got about a half hour more, then we're going to break for a half hour dinner. Okay, Chris.
So it's sort of a question comment, but I think what we heard from a number of people was a fear of a home being torn down that is of modest size, and in its place, a home that is much larger, that is much more expensive, and getting away from the general objective of the code or our intent here, right? And so I understand the point of the lot being smaller and all of that, but having seen some of those examples, I think that it's imperative that fear be allayed or explained
some way that, hey, what we're proposing here will no longer accommodate that. And here's the following ways. So if you have thoughts on that, or any of us do, great. If there's other, take it at advisement, that's fine too.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, no,
So I didn't really understand that fear. I heard that too, but people can already tear down
Yeah.
their house and
Right.
build a bigger house.
right.
So I don't think this change in any way affects that process in an R1 or in any residential zone, because you can already tear down your single family house and build a big one.
Mhm.
I think what you might be saying is we're tearing down a modest house and we build a really nice duplex or a really nice triplex. And I'm not so sure that's bad over time. So that's how I responded to that issue.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finrock.
But also we have the comprehensive plan that talks about like just getting rid of a bunch of product and putting it into landfill. I mean, that's not really good use of, if you're just tearing down an entire house, and if the house is modest, it's probably a little bit more affordable. So if you're putting up, like, even if it's a multiplex or something and they're like high end, you're probably putting more expensive homes in there. So I do think that there's some issues against it. Maybe not. I just can't picture them like taking down a house and then putting in, more density and then it being cheaper. I think that's the concern of some people. Are we getting rid of like more reasonably priced homes or smaller homes just so that we can throw high end, duplexes up? And I've seen some go up and they're nice, but they are more expensive. And then we just got rid of everything and threw it into a landfill. So we didn't even recycle or reuse the materials we had.
Staff, do you want to maybe sound off on the theory behind?
Well, just one point of clarification, Mr. Chair. I think the duplex, yes, and to hold that, but anything above that in the R1C neighborhood is only enabled through the incentives. So you will be getting an income restricted affordable housing piece with that.
Right.
So that's just something to keep in mind. So a triplex coming in, one of the 3 units will be income restricted affordable for 50 years. 2 of 4 units would also be. So there is some thought and intention with that. The duplex is something to consider. We right now have the ability to build the duplex. Someone could tear it down and build a duplex. That's an allowed use now.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would say this zoning code, in a sense, has a downward pressure on the number of people who currently tear down their house and build duplexes, because it enables the creation of more duplexes, which, makes that product, quote, less valuable. It increases the housing units in a neighborhood, which in and of itself, I think is desirable, in that in the long run, that's what drives down the prices. Even when you're replacing old stock with new stock, right? Over the long run, that process leads to more density, more housing in the neighborhood, which I think improves affordability over time. I don't agree with the argument of let's never tear down affordable housing that's really old. And one of the reasons it's affordable is because it's old. I don't agree with the logic of, well, let's not tear those down because of affordability, because over time that's bifurcates the housing market into really crappy stock and really expensive stock and nothing in the middle. And that's what I worry about with that line of thinking.
Well, and there's also, I think eventually there's also could be hazardous conditions, right? Within those homes, right? Yeah,
Mr.
Jennifer.
Chair,
Yeah, please.
to add on to that one, with the naturally occurring affordable units, that's a great point. Maybe it's something about them being healthy places if we're going to keep that existing or retain that existing, or something about, the condition of that existing house, because some of them, some of these naturally occurring affordable units, they're affordable because they're unhealthy or unsafe. And so some way to protect the safety of residents in some of this adaptive reuse could be welcomed. I don't know how enforceable that is or how realistic, but some consideration for some of those existing units and bringing those a little bit more, and repairing roofs or even something so simple as that.
Right.
Be welcome for sure.
Mhm. Okay.
I have a question about height in
Yep.
R1.
Yeah, that's
Came up
good.
a lot.
That's good, Mel. Yeah. In
So,
fact, if we could
Andrea,
maybe
we had
get
a
that
dis-
table on these screens. Thank you.
we had a discussion about height, and you talked about it, that it's a little bit confusing. I think basically your point was that because we're changing the way we calculate height, while 40 foot is bigger than 35, that the net effect is to keep more or less the same height ability and the same number of stories as we have now, because of the different way we calculate height from grade and all that stuff. Could you just go through that and check my argument?
Absolutely. Commissioner Gillespie, when we started out with the modern zoning code, we really took a look at what is going to be the right place, what is going to be the simplest way for anyone to interpret the code. And so we really had always had some concern. There was lots of questions that surrounded how do you measure building height? And so currently what we do is we say that you measure from grade to the midpoint of the roof line. So if you have a gabled roof, ultimately the midpoint of that gabled structure would have to be 35 feet. If we were to measure to the peak, it could be 40, it could be 42. That really can vary based upon the pitch that is being provided there. So we wanted to make sure that measuring was really quite easy for everybody to understand and not have to evaluate, do dormers count, where exactly does that midpoint happen? Does it happen from grade if it's at a high point and on a hillside? Do you start from the top or at the bottom of grade? So we ultimately said you're going to start at the highest point of grade, and then you go to ultimately the top of your roof. And so, yes, you're going to see a number that might change. Specifically, if we look at the R1C, it's changed from 35 feet in height to 40, but it doesn't really change if you're using the peak roof. Now, we also said, we heard from our community that said, boy, we really have concerns because if I'm building a home that has a flat roof structure, I can get 4 stories in within that 40 feet. And we said, yeah, you're right. So let's make it be 40 feet to the highest point of the roof structure, but in no cases should it exceed the 3 stories. And so that was really how we evaluated what would be appropriate in the R1C for the building height. You're going to see slight increases in the R2 zone. So it went from 35 feet up to 45 feet. So in that case, it did give a little bit of allowance there to start to go up. But that was really to make sure that we could support creativity and innovation through a variety of architectural styles. So we don't want every building to look exactly the same. We don't want every building to have a flat roof or a gabled roof. That's what makes our neighborhoods really interesting and enjoyable to be in. Again, R3, you're going to see a slight increase from 45 to 50. Not to exceed that 4 stories, but again, we're evaluating that height a little bit differently. So you're probably not going to see any change in the R3 similar to the R1C. And then we also wanted to make sure that all of our building heights aren't the same in every zone. And so that's why you see that incremental increase throughout those zones. As you get into a more dense scenario, it will increase in height slightly.
Andrea, thank you for that summary. That was well said, very clear. This just to be very clear too, that this is the structure, the height of the structure. Any overrun utility structures on the roof, flat roof with utility structures, or let's say an elevator, right? That is not included in these heights, correct?
Commissioner Schaefer, that is correct. There is a list of exceptions that do allow us to exceed that height. And so when we look at that, which we might be able to bring up for you,
Sure.
It does allow for, if you have an antenna that can go larger, if you have a chimney, that could certainly exceed that. But we're always looking at, no, that's not increasing the overall square footage of the home, the bulk of the home,
Mhm.
that would just truly be an appurtenance.
Right. Okay. The street presence. It's not included in the street presence. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Jennifer.
So for a house in the foothills, say it's on a grade and you're measuring from the highest point in the property, it can go 40 feet up from that highest point in the property, no matter how much space is kind of down below, or is the foothills a little bit different?
I think that's where you get into the stories, right? You're only allowed 3 stories.
You could have a really tall bottom floor,
Correct.
but as long as you're 3 stories.
Commissioner Schaefer, Commissioner Moore, it is correct. So ultimately, you're going to have a foot, so a measurement or the maximum of stories. And so in those cases, you would always be capped by the amount of stories that would be allowed.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chairman.
Chris, yeah.
I'd bring everybody's attention to page 24 of the code, page 44 of the PDF.
What section? What section? What section?
Sure. 11.02.03. So you should, if you land in the right spot, and I guess there you go. And so this is a suggestion that I think would be very helpful. And that picture, the actual image, not the drawing, has no specific reference of height in it. And when I flip to 2 more pages over, so page 29, another image, but that has no reference of height. And flip one more time for me to page 32. Those images, I think, are very helpful to illustrate in the real world, not just an animation or not just a rendering, right, of the types of examples that we're talking about. So my suggestion would be either through the presentation to council or captions somehow in the code that demonstrate the height of these examples, I think would be very helpful for the council and the public moving forward to have a point of reference.
Great suggestion. You just have to go find those buildings and measure them in the real world.
Or put
There you
out a
go.
Really big yardstick, like, or stand next to it with your phone and get like.
Okay. Do we feel like we've adequately covered item number 1 on your list, Milt? Or
It's up to you guys.
yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, I don't recall anything else.
So the
Should we
next,
move on to number 2,
I
which
was
is the next biggie?
So
Chris,
this
what do you
is the auto R2 conversion. This is in the transition map page, right? That all
Mhm.
parcels immediately adjacent to MX along State, Vista, and Fairview and within 1/8 of a mile of the center line of the street are converted to R2. I guess this is a question where I asked for that additional data. It showed that I think this affects roughly 1,100 parcels in the city. It showed the distribution across different neighborhoods. I was pretty happy about that. But of course, that distribution is completely driven by the streets that are selected. And Chris had a great question about that. So I guess one of my first questions would be, there was a fellow who presented a map along State Street where he was saying, look, these guys north of the street are in the auto R2 conversion, but these guys, which he alleged should be automatically converted, were not. So he's saying this is not being applied. The auto conversion isn't being applied consistently. Now, I know that irritated you guys and you look carefully at his chart and his data, and I'd just like to hear your explanation for what he showed us.
Hi, this is Deanna. So we have State Street is a really unique conversion because it is at an angle. So a lot of, if we did the buffer of 1/8 a mile from the center line, it did hit several parcels diagonally because the road is diagonal. So what we did is we created a couple clarifying rules with this. So if you could see on the screen, I've said the first rule, which Commissioner Gillespie, you read out loud, was that it's within 1/8 of a mile of the center line of State Street. There was some discrepancy within that when we looked in Blueprint Boise. So we had to be very mindful of what was getting captured, and we didn't want to make any of the conversion out of compliance with Blueprint Boise. So those conversions had to be either compact, mixed use, or commercial.
Okay.
And so that's how some of those south of State Street were
Got it.
not included in the conversion because
Great.
those were suburban land use.
Awesome.
And then the other one, to just make that buffer more clear, was that any of those R1C or R1B parcels that were designated as mixed use, that were partially or just outside of that 1/8 buffer, were included into that conversion to meet that rule, to kind of keep everything aligned with Blueprint Boise in the future land use map.
Okay.
So I'm showing on the screen, it's a little difficult to see because there's a lot of pink and orange, but the black line is the 1/8 mile from the center line. The bright pink is what's designated as mixed use in the future land use map. The larger swaths of yellow are compact, and then there's some individual
That way.
orange parcels that are the conversions.
Thank you.
Yeah, great summary. Thank you, Deanna.
Mr. Chair.
Jennifer.
So based on this map, and especially with the Blueprint Boise Port piece, all of these parcels that are being converted could have been rezoned to R2 under the current code. They could have been rezoned to R2 based on their compact land designation already, just aren't under the current code. And that would have a greater density than the R1C, but they could have already been, like, that would have already happened at this point.
Correct.
Great question. John.
Mr. Chair, yeah, different topic, but this chart reminded me of my confusion about the Sycamore overlay and how that transitioned through the modules. Were there some changes that were made? Because there's a few testimonies, both written and verbal, regarding confusion within that overlay.
Commissioner Mooney, if you remember when we very first began the modern zoning code, when we went out and we evaluated what are our zones and what are our overlay districts, we had originally recommended that we condense some of our residential zones. So that ultimately eliminated the R1A zone. And so our largest lot would have began with the R1B zoning density. We heard quite a significant amount from our community. And at that time, we determined that no, it was okay for us to have a variety of different neighborhoods throughout the city of Boise. And we looked toward the comprehensive plan and the land use designations and noted that we do have different designations. And so it's okay to ensure that we do fall within those zoning densities. And so we have implemented R1A back. So it has come back throughout the process, and we ultimately brought it back when we evaluated module 1 and 2. So you'll see some, if you are looking back at some of our most recent deliverables, that would be the revised module 1 and 2 to really take into account that public feedback that we heard and respond accordingly in alignment with Blueprint Boise.
So thanks, Mr. Chair. So Andrea, so some of the testimony we heard, those folks didn't completely understand the changes that you guys responded to. Is that accurate? I know that's pretty conjecture, but
Yeah, I don't think that some of them fully understand. So we do have a number of different character overlays throughout the city of Boise. We maintained those exactly as they are today. So anybody that lives in the Sycamore overlay, they have maintained the R1A zoning with no changes to dimensional standards. And they've also maintained their overlay, which we know as the Sycamore overlay. The one thing that could impact them is do they qualify for the infill incentive?
Right.
So whereas today they could simply build a single family home, a duplex, or a single family home with an accessory dwelling unit, if they are providing some of those criteria that we're looking for that incentive package, that could open up the door for a triplex or a fourplex to be built in their area.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, Chris.
So there's two areas in this discussion that I feel kind of strongly about, and this is one of them. Because to me, I feel like the hood is up and we're working on the motor here, right? Meaning this is also about the comprehensive plan. And I think this is an opportunity, meaning we have this thing called Gateway Corridor. It's been driving me crazy since the days that Milton and I started, because I don't know that it always is clear what that means. I hope that it means something, right? But I know that it's very unclear as to exactly what that means. You have an activity center, but then in between, we're okay with drive-throughs. So it's not an activity center. We want it to be a TOD, but we're looking at land uses that are very auto-centric. In some cases, we're seeing even on State Street, very auto-centric land uses that are by right. And it's very, to me, it's very confusing in what we're trying to achieve in certain instances. I fully support this and a lot of the things that we're shooting for, but where I think we're missing the mark is this. While we are not only looking at the zoning code, to me, the opportunity is within our comp plan to recognize other gateway corridors in this city, because it's not just about Broadway and it's not just about State Street. Hill Road is a road that has been on our discussion list for years now, right? How do we enhance Hill Road in a contextually accurate way? Ustick is historic. It's a former town site. It was its own city. Historic lighting, for example, on Ustick, right? We know Laytall, Rose Hill up by the cemetery. We have so many streets that I think the opportunity is in front of us to not just through our code, but also through our comprehensive plan, acknowledge that there are so many other streets and thus neighborhoods that are very, very worthy of additional enhancements and treatments. So this is an area where I hope our city council looks at strongly and bolsters the rest of the city of Boise. Because when we look at those gateways, it's pretty much like Vista to the east, aside from State Street. Well, there's a whole bunch to the west. And I think we need to do a better job, frankly, of getting into those neighborhoods and doing treatments and such that is contextual to that part of our city as well. That's a comment I recognize, but I hope that that's something that our city council through this process can address, and we can not just through the code, but again, through our comp plan, take those steps.
Thanks, Chris. Deanna, thanks for your summary on the R2 to MX changes along state. I'm assuming it's safe to assume that the same logic applied to Vista and Fairview when you were comparing against future land use map and the designations, right? And when identifying those parcels.
Chair Schaefer, yes. And those were a little bit more straightforward because they had continuous street networks. They were compact land use designation or commercial. So again, all in alignment there.
Great, thanks.
Next.
Gang, we're about to dinner. Do we pause here, take our dinner break, refresh, and we'll be back in about a half hour?
Said we're doing.
Okay, great. We'll be back about 7:30. Okay, we're getting back. All right, we got a couple of staff still coming back in. I think the most pressing thing I was thinking about over dinner was, I think I used the analogy egg to crack, and I meant to say nut to crack earlier. Did I say egg? I think I said egg.
Good.
They're both round. Yeah. But I don't think eggs are hard to crack, right?
Not new ones. If they get really, really old, I guess they get.
I sure did. Yeah. AI is going nuts right now. I don't understand. Okay. So should we keep rolling? I know we're missing a couple of staff people. Can we go ahead and, yeah, as people trickle back in will be good. All right. Staff question for you, just how do we feel? Has everybody any more thought about how we're going to approach wrapping this up tonight? Do we feel like it's necessary to do some sort of a memo or resolution still like as we presented earlier, or do we feel like this discussion is going to be adequate record? Chris Blanchard's shaking his head like this is adequate record.
Yeah, I mean, I did not think we were going to get this far into the weeds in the discussion. So
Okay.
I think this probably serves
purpose. Both suit. Yeah. Okay. Staff, do you tend to agree that?
Well, we're going to go back to the 2 slides from beginning.
I mean, it's really, I mean, just thinking through our discussion so far, I think it probably will continue on a similar pace. And if that's the case, do we need to do a summary memo or resolution when we get to our motions?
Yeah. So welcome back, Commissioners. Jessica Zelag, Deputy Planning Director. So we're still in Q&A. So we need to close Q&A at some point.
Right.
And then you'd move into deliberation.
Right.
And you can talk amongst yourselves with us all observing. And that's the point at which you decide what motion you want to make and how you want to make the motion. And then the discussion about that motion, and you can amend it. And obviously we stay tight on keeping with Robert's Rules of Order and what the conversation is about. But, our intent following this hearing is to summarize. We'll be summarizing the discussion and questions and all the great comments, like everything that's happened, there'll be a summary of that. What we could use your help though, is in making your motion, if you have specific questions or concerns that you really want to make sure that council carefully considers, to say some of those.
Okay.
And you don't have to all have consensus on that. Like what those items are, we'll just note them as a part of the recommendation.
Okay, great. Okay. Does that help us all with our plan of attack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
So then I think the procedure is we won't do a second or a third trailer motion.
Agreed.
We'll have a motion on the table and each of us will then speak for or against the motion. And in our speech, we should try to, as clearly as we can, point out either the specific changes or the general issues that we think council and staff should address.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds to me like what we're going to do, which is kind of our traditional way.
Yeah, I think we're just going to not gloss over, but we're not going to get into the weeds of make this amendment and then get that amendment approved and seconded and all that jazz, right? Just
Yeah, and I if I can add as well, Mr. Chair. So we do have the list, Milt's list.
Okay.
Commissioner Gillespie's list. We've gone through a number of the items on that list and perhaps answered some of your questions, but some maybe we haven't. So if we can make a new list out of that, just so that we don't add to it of things that it was just kind of discussion and information, and we showed you where it was in the code. And now that you have that, you maybe have resolved whatever questions you have. So if you could help us know which one, even if we just started with that list of, what you would want to continue forward, as something that you want council to consider more.
So it's a little more clearly articulated.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think we're on the same page. Okay. All right. Let's pick up then on Commissioner Gillespie's list. I think we've covered 1 and 2 and 3. I think number 4 is a pretty key one. That's the multi-unit and ADU rules within the residential zones. I believe that's about where we left off. Or do we have anything outstanding there?
I've got all, we talked about that and I'm done.
Okay.
Or I don't have any questions.
Okay, great. You guys on this side agree? Okay. On the 5. Chatted about CUP a bit earlier.
I'm done.
I think we're good there. Yes, agreed. Okay. That's right. I'm sorry. It was number 6.
Number 5 is CUP.
Yep.
We're done with that.
Done there. And then number 6 is the
M-
MX zone height minimum.
Mr. Chairman.
Bill.
So I'd like to ask the city staff, like, why? So we heard testimony that a 4-story minimum in MX3 is going to sharply retard development in those districts. Because 4 stories in some places where there's MX3 is a lot of building. I also wonder, like, why are we, again, intervening in the market for real estate between developers and buyers and requiring something, namely 4 stories, whereas, someone can build 4 stories if they want, but I'm concerned about requiring it in the sort of the long-term impact of retarding smaller scale development. So I'd like the rationale and your thoughts about that.
Commissioner Gillespie, so I think there has been some misunderstandings with that. There is not a minimum height limit. It's a type of way approval process we've created. So there's an allowed form and an alternative form, and kind of a similar thought process is thinking you have an allowed use and a conditional use. If you're a conditional use, you're not forced to do that. It's just a different approval process. So really, we have our allowed form, which will be approved administratively, which you see if you are these criteria in the specific zone, then you would be approved administratively. You'll still have interdepartmental review. There'll still be thoughtful staff consideration. You're just not going to be reviewed at the hearing body level. If you're proposing something that does not meet that allowed form, you are still allowed to propose that. You would just be reviewed at the hearing body level. And these would be your findings of approval that you see on the screen. And it's really focusing on, is what you're proposing going to help contribute to the ultimate build out of the city, which is envisioned for the comprehensive plan. So we don't think that every building on State Street needs to be 4 stories, but we want to make sure that we're really looking at that development from an urban design lens and considering, does this help meet the goals of the comprehensive plan? And as the hearing body, as the Planning and Zoning Commission, would be the one to review that to make sure that what's proposed will help contribute to those ultimate goals of the city, and they can approve or deny it there.
Mr. Chairman. So a 3-story building in an MX3 would be a type 3 permit approved use with alternate form.
Correct. So
And the
that- yes.
decision-making body is the Planning and Zoning Committee, and the City Council is the appellate level. All right, thank you very much. So that clarifies that.
Mr. Chair.
That's off my list now.
Great. Okay, Jennifer.
Still mine. So
You're not off. mine.
for the 4 stories, so 3 stories, things like with a lot of other calculations, that's kind of the benchmark that you trigger elevators in residential with a certain number of units, aerial access for fire and stuff like that. So, and all of those things just kind of create that a little bit more expense typically with a building like that. So I guess the question is, where did the 4 stories come into play as opposed to something like 3?
Commissioner Moore, good question. Again, this goes to what is the ideal form we would like to see in those mixed use areas. So thinking podium, parking, and some sort of structure on top was our thought of what we would like to see. We don't really want, and we've shown this slide in a lot of public engagement. We don't necessarily, in our very limited mixed use active zones, MX3, want to see large swaths of surface parking, a very suburban form in those mixed use active areas. We would much prefer to see a more urban form, like what is shown here. So that's where our thought process came in of, if you're going to do a 4-story building, it's likely going to be a more urban form. Again, that's not to say you couldn't do a 3rd-story building. We would just want to make sure that that design that is proposed really helps contributes to those goals, and it's not gonna deter from our ultimate build out of the street.
Gotcha. And then, Mr. Chair, Another kind of question, and I think I brought this up before, but what's to stop somebody from just to go through the allowed use, allowed form to put a turret or a cupola or something on there just so it's a 4-story building, but that 4th story isn't really, it's not as usable.
Commissioner Moore, we've talked about this and we recognize that this will be a policy, but the intent of that is that a majority of the building that's facing the street needs to be that 4-story form.
Gotcha, that makes sense.
And Commissioner Moore, if I can add to, there's a red asterisk note there that's kind of important to follow along with that even if it's allowed use, allowed form, and as a type 2 application that's administratively approved, depending on the type of project, and these bigger projects usually fall into this, they'll still have to go through design review commission. So there is a public process with that as well.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. That's all I had.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Moore. Any other questions on this topic? Okay. All right, let's move on down our list. Chat and CUP. Number 8 was affordability, definitions, incentives, and effectiveness. We did have some more discussion on that last night. Do we feel like that's been resolved to our satisfaction, or do we want to bring that one up here tonight? I felt like my concerns were addressed last night in our discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Milton.
I think we're at a good starting point, and a starting point that is feasible in a political sense, if you will. I am concerned about that testimony from that one guy who said, look, this doesn't help me at all. And we had some testimony about, questioning whether it would be effective at all in incentivizing, I think, triplexes and larger in residential zones. I guess my thinking on that, and I'd like to cross-check it with the city, is, we're going to keep track of how many of these things get made. And if we're not seeing enough of them getting made, we can always go back and improve the incentives. Is that the city's basic thinking on what happens if this isn't enough juice in the system?
Commissioner Gillespie, that is correct. So the public has seen us drafting this modern zoning code throughout the last 3 years. We've also been working behind the scenes to make sure that we're implementing it correctly. So we're creating all of these baselines as well as various key indicators that we can follow along with the code at various periods in time to ensure that they're working. And some of that's going to be for affordability, some of that's going to be for sustainability. We want to understand and acknowledge how many applications are we seeing that are seeking an alternative form, so that we can adjust the code correctly to really get exactly what we need to have the city that meets all of our goals that are identified in Blueprint Boise.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Milton.
That's the right approach. I urge you, when you go to council in your slideshow, basically, to try and address the specific testimony we heard, which presented, what seemed to me to be solid numbers. I mean, we didn't cross-examine the guy. It was one anecdotal. I think there was actually 2 specific people on the public record who basically made the argument that this is not going to have any impact. Paradoxically, there's also a bunch of people in there who are like, oh my God, this is going to fundamentally change the East End. So, one of the 2 outcomes is they can't both occur simultaneously. So I think it would be good to give council some better analytical foundation for judging how much incentive are we putting on the table than is currently available. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yes, that's fair.
Chris,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, please.
I just want to follow on that. Maybe it's a question for you, Jessica or Andrea. I'm not sure, but Clarion, is that the name of the consultant who, I'm assuming, they write code all over the country. I mean, they've done a lot of this, so I would assume that this is a best practice. And they've used code like this before in other cities. Do we know the provenance of this code or where it came from, these types of incentives for multifamily? Like this came from Pittsburgh and
It's a great question. So
that kind of.
Admittedly, the code that we started with back in 2020 from Clarion was kind of a generic code, and that was the first version of the code that we came out with that it removed the R1A and allowed fourplexes throughout the city. That's the code that we significantly changed then. So this code is very much reflective of the public feedback that we heard when we went out in that first round of outreach, and then the continuing outreach since then, that we've really made this specific to Boise's needs and how this code will help us very intentionally meet our objectives outlined in Blueprint Boise, where our climate action plan, the transportation action plan comes in, the reality of what kind of housing we know we need to build and how much we need to build. So it's not exactly modeled after any different city. When it comes to the incentives, that's very much foundationally kind of created in a way because we cannot do inclusionary zoning in Idaho. So it's as an incentive. And then we really wanted to be intentional about tying sustainability to affordability and not have a list of things that people could choose from. So then we thought too about the relationship of the residential zones to the mixed use zones, what kind of incentives are available to you there, and where we think that the incentives will most likely be used. We can't predict that. It will be dependent on the market. It will take time. It will take us evaluating if it's being effective or not. Is this actually happening more in the MX corridors right now because it's bigger projects, or are people seeing the opportunity in their neighborhood? So we fully intend to, and this is an absolute priority for us to know how effective that these incentives are going to be and to monitor them and track them and promote them in a way even that the housing bonus ordinance, which we had heard about, it does take time, but like what can we do to build into our process, continually referencing that these incentives are available. We will make it really user friendly and easy and encourage people to do this. And then also kind of watch what the market happens there and adjust as we go. So yes, Clarion, I mean, obviously advising us the whole time, but this is really at a grassroots level, a very Boise specific proposal.
Thank you very much. And if I might real quick, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Mel, I have to think that, there were technical experts on the Citizens Advisory Committee, and I would think like Shellen Rodriguez comes to mind. Like, I would think she'd be the first person to step up and say, okay, this isn't going to work if it were not going to work. Or we probably would have heard, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I don't know, because we don't know yet, but I would also think that like we'd have had a line of ULI members in here saying this is never going to work if it wasn't going to work. But and then we have all this time before council still to flesh this out. So,
Right.
Yeah.
I think, and that's the point I was going to make though, is that we had Shellen here last night telling us it's going to take time. Like it takes years to get these projects constructed. So I think that's the part here that's key is, and Jessica just alluded to that let's put these incentives in the code and we got to let it play out a little bit, but we also have to be patient because the market's going to come into play too, right? It's just the time it takes to get a project entitled and constructed plus changes in the market. It's a long
Really
game.
Yeah,
right?
I just urge, Mr. Chairman,
Mhm.
I just urge the city to be responsive to that testimony. You can find out which ones they were, the analytical testimony. And I do need to give a shout out to Lori DeCare, who was also highly critical of this ordinance's impact on affordability. And, I think she would be critical of any ordinance's impact on affordability short of one that does things that we really can't do. But I do urge you to try and give the council an objective assessment of how effective these are going to be. Because that seems like that's an important part of the whole argument. One of the 3 or 4 pillars of the whole density strategy is that it creates affordability in the city. So it's a really important strategic pillar of the whole shooting match. I'll leave it at
Okay. There we go. Jennifer, did you have something to add there? You good? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Chris, yeah.
I'll make it brief, but I guess I'll jump on here because I think my impression from testimony, both oral and written, is that not everybody understands what the situation is in this state and with this city. We've talked about this, inclusionary zoning. That's a term, but that's not a term that is universally understood. And I think that for the benefit of the public, that needs to be crystal clear. This means the state of Idaho prohibits us from requiring units be below market rate. That's what that means. So if the desire is for that to change, the building to do that is right up the street
right over there.
next session.
And by the way,
right?
get to it.
So, but the other part of it is because we cannot require that, here are the ways in this code that we are trying to incentivize this very important objective. And it's here, here, here. So it's the density part. We know that. We know, it's obviously parking reductions and laying that out and being very black and white and saying, here are all the ways we're trying to be creative by addressing housing of all different incomes because we are doing this with one hand tied behind our back. I think that's a very critical message that needs to be understood by everybody in the city of Boise.
Okay, we can wrap that one up.
Mr. Chair.
John, please.
I feel obliged to talk about the elephant in the room with clean energy, which it almost seems like we're picking a technology here. And I understand the reason for that from an incentive perspective and not a directive perspective. But are we, is the city okay with this? And since Intermountain didn't make themselves available for testimony, it sounds like they tried. We probably ought to acknowledge the fact that they do have a reasonable argument. I'd like to hear our counter to that.
Commissioner Mooney and James Smith, Deputy City Attorney, I think going back to the first day of staff testimony, I think Director Keene hit the nail on the head that what's before you, what's proposed by way of affordability or energy or what have you are incentives and not requirements. That I hope that encapsulates the argument for you.
Yeah, it does. Thanks, James. I guess my concern is that I lived through this early in my career where I bought a house that was all electric and it was impossible to heat. So I ended up putting in gas forced air. And so that's my perspective where I'm coming from, is that we're providing incentive for a technology that may or may not be affordable in the future. And I'm concerned about picking a technology. So I think that's what we're saying.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Nope.
I'd like to pile on that point in support of my friend John. I installed these wackadoodle heat pumps with variable speed compressors and upside down perambulators. And it still needs to do gas heating about 3 months out of the year because the energy efficiency of the heat pump gets too low when the temperature gets too low. So I couldn't go to an all electric house. I don't know. So I share his concern that by making the incentive all electric as opposed to a certain lead score or some other metric,
Efficiency metric.
yeah, we set the bar in a place that basically is very difficult to work in this climate. And, basically for me, and I'm just a heat pump owner, I own 2 of them. They can't heat the house when it's like below 20, 28, 30 degrees, the gas heat clicks on and that's all I got.
But, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
so on this topic, I think the difference with some of those systems anecdotally and with, some of those, this is proposed for new construction as opposed to kind of a retrofit or something like that. So the building would be designed with, architects and engineers to accommodate this system, and the energy portion of the building would be designed in order to meet the demand based on that system, as opposed to a retrofit, which may not be the exact perfect fit. So I think, there are some trade-offs, and this appears to me to be geared more towards new construction as opposed to a retrofit. Is that correct? And just the new construction question, not the.
Looks like Deanna shaking her head, yes.
Yeah, I don't know if they,
So I think like this one, I tend to agree with my friend Jennifer. So I'll tend to support it as it is, but I think we need to look at how many people use this incentive. And if it's not working, maybe we reframe it so that it's not all electric. It focuses on some other energy efficiency metric. And I think we can make that change without a taking or anything. So I just think it's something that might have to be adjusted based on technology and the take-up rate, because we do want people to take up that energy efficiency incentive and utilize it. And there you go.
Yeah. Andrea?
Commissioners, just as a follow-up, so when we look at the incentive package that we have offered, it's important to not only that we are giving something, but we're getting something in return. And the reason that we have selected all electric at this point is if you closely look at our climate action plan, which our Public Works Department created, they have moved us toward those clean energy sources. So that's really where it originated. And so there are multiple components that go with that: clean energy, energy efficiency, as well as water efficiency. So really looking at those 3 components, and our Public Works Department felt strongly that those were important to incorporate as we set that baseline as we kicked off.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
John?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Moore's counter on that, and that really helps frame it a little bit better. But speaking of Public Works and geothermal, so are we going to expand that network? Is that in our capital budget? I mean, if we call it out, I would assume that means we're encouraging growth in the geothermal network.
Well, I think there's just a couple things with geothermal that we want to incentivize it and we want to encourage it. Geothermal isn't a utility. So it's just a little, but we have recommendations from the city as far as geothermal and the desire to have more upticks in that. And especially the city has its own goals around our buildings, city-owned buildings. So I think that's just kind of the one piece of it, that we do hope that people take advantage of the geothermal network that we have.
And commissioners, if I could just add one thing to that too, just because I think you bring up a good point that has kind of maybe swirled around a lot of the discussion that we've had. And the point has to do with the relationship between various plans, policy documents, and codes that the city operates on. So when we've talked about our process of drafting with both the public outreach and then also communicating with other departments within the city, communicating with other local or state agencies, it's important to point that out, because you see how with the creation of each plan, it sort of moves that conversation forward, the larger policy conversations that a city is having. So I think that it's a good question, and I think it's helpful to illustrate sort of how all of these documents work together and why each one is important and each one of these processes of creating them is important. So appreciate that.
Okay, we'll move on. Got that one covered. Okay, thanks, everybody. Thanks, staff. I think we're at number 9 on the list. And then this is, I know, yeah, Commissioner Danley had a few thoughts here, I believe, right? This is regarding
By the way,
the chicken and the egg. Oh, no, hang on.
shout out to
Hang on here.
Erica too, because it's her favorite topic.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So the question of infrastructure before density, chicken and egg question. Commissioner Danley, did you want to?
This is the other thing that I'm passionate about because I've seen this movie played out. 15 years ago, we had this thing called Blueprint for Good Growth. Some of you chuckle, remember that. We brought in a national, highly acclaimed land use attorney who argued court cases in front of the Supreme Court. And this region chewed him up and spit him out. And nothing became of it because the gist of it was an adequate public facilities ordinance. And essentially that said, we need to put a governor on the pace of growth to make sure that the compact that we have between the population and the residents who are paying their taxes and doing their day-to-day and what we've agreed to provide keeps up with those demands before that new growth or as that new growth is happening. That never happened. To me, I think it's time that this city be a leader in that. And I think that it's time that we adopt as a rider to this somehow, some way, an adequate public facilities ordinance. That means our parks, that means police, fire, the things that we have control over. That can mean schools, roads. I know as ACHD, they were on board 15 years ago, by the way. They were in that committee. Transit, there's other ways. We have impact fees. Those impact fees go toward that adequate public facilities ordinance. So the mechanisms and the foundation for that program are already in place. So to me, I think it's imperative that if we are assuming that this code, when we're hoping that this code grows us in the right ways with infills, densities, gets more of the housing type that we're wanting, well, there's a trade-off. And we know there's some community, there's some, what am I trying to say, compromises that have to be had, right? We know that the development and how it's going to take place and how we're proposing to do it. Well, then I think it's imperative that we do our part in terms of the other side, which is that compact of delivering the services that we've said we're going to deliver. And so I feel very, very strongly that somehow council take up this issue with an adequate public facilities ordinance and we be the leader and make this hopefully a domino throughout the Treasure Valley, because I think it's high time we do that.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard.
is there still no clapping?
We're gonna lead by example. We'll lead by example. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, John, please.
So infrastructure, the common thread through much of the written and verbal testimony was concerns about densification, especially along the corridors. And are we equipped to do that? So it's a pretty basic question, and I'm hoping it's a pretty quick answer, is that did the Public Works Department, did our engineers study what our capacity is on these corridors? And at what point does a capital improvement plan need to include budgetary, investment to make sure we can densify to what we're planning for?
I guess Commissioner Mooney, my answer to that would be that we don't have an economic impact analysis of the code as it relates to public utilities. We do have growth projections that we do get from Compass, and we can anticipate a certain amount of growth in Boise and in the Treasure Valley. And like our Public Works Department is about, or is tracking to that. And same with fire, police, other parks, libraries, other public services. So as far as on exact corridors and how the code's relationship with where that density would be assumed, no, but I guess I would say to Commissioner Danley's point about the intention of this code, proposed code and the narrative on how we will grow and actually the strategy that we have is to not grow outward, but to grow inward. And that is by and large a much more fiscally responsible way to grow. To put services where you already have services existing and then to improve upon those services. Just because the reality is it's cheap in one way to continue growing outwards until you need those services to follow along with it.
Yeah, thanks, Jessica. I wasn't communicating that I expected with the sprawl was that I was mostly communicating that the concern that I heard from much of the testimony was that if we densify along these corridors, are those corridors going to be equipped? Sewer, just normal public infrastructure, is it there? Is it in the ground? If it's not, at one point, do we think we're going to have to upgrade it? Those are all engineering questions that I'm hoping the Public Works Department has looked at, because if this is the blueprint for our growth, then they certainly have to understand where the costs are going to be down the road.
And certainly for State Street with the Urban Renewal District and our partnership with CCDC, realizing that type of growth that we desire needs to have supporting investment coming either right before or as it's happening.
I think to your question though, John, I think the thought process is at some point, you're always going to have to replace the facility, right? So the question then becomes, are those facilities being maximized in a more compact fashion, or are we spreading them out and building more and more and more and have to replace more and more and more as you grow further out, right? I think that's kind of the crux of the issue. It's unrealistic to think that we're never going to have to replace the sewer line in State Street, right? I think it's more the question of, can we maximize the use of that sewer line in State Street?
Yeah, I agree. But I think that's a common public refrain that we heard. The public doesn't understand that we're sized for much more than we've currently got along those corridors. I think that's what my question is, are we assured that that's the case? Because we got that question often.
Well, and staff, you can sound off too, that when a development project is proposed, that's exactly what part of the entitlement process entails, right? Is the review by the city engineers to understand the infrastructure adjacent to that proposed development and what is needed to make that operational. Is that a fair summary? Okay. Commissioner Moore?
I think this question kind of plays into the assured water supply letter. So if I'm thinking about doing an application, I have to go to Viola and get an assured water supply letter, as opposed to a will serve letter, similar to, I guess, like a fire flow letter or something like that, just saying the pressure at the location. So what would be the difference between something like this assured supply or assured water supply letter versus, like, say, a fire flow letter, something I'm familiar with?
Commissioner Moore, so the assured water supply letter that would come from the private water supplier here, Veolia, would look to like a future water availability. And in conversations with them, like, that is something that they can provide. That just speaks to, like, the state of the aquifer and the water tables in the area. And then as far as readiness to serve and from a fire safety perspective, like, that's kind of a different life and safety, public facilities that are there and the water pressure available in case there was an emergency. So one's like kind of right on the development itself. And then the other is the area and how it's serviced for fire. If I got your question right.
I think I understand. It's almost so, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
So for this assured water supply letter, it will basically have kind of the Veolia's ability to serve this development for some period of time in the future, and like them, they will basically say, yes, we can serve this development for X amount of time in the future.
Commissioner Moore,
could-
that is correct. So we have 50 years identified under our assured water supply. So as previously you had given the example of today, I provide that Veolia can provide a water pressure for fire suppression, but that is evaluating today's water supply. So we want to make sure that they are being able to provide water to our citizens for that foreseeable future. And we've identified 50 years as the pinpoint where it's of importance.
Gotcha. And Mr. Chair, so I'm trying to wrap my head around. So this letter, if it's in town, basically, if we're doing any sort of infill development, this letter should be relatively straightforward. Now, the stuff on the fringes, that's where it's going to start getting complicated, whether it's through, if you've got like well service, that might be a little bit different, but if you're extending water or something like that, that's where it's going to start getting complicated. But this infill development, do you anticipate a lot of issues coming from something like that, or will that be generally standard? That might be a loaded question.
Andrea, I can jump in. I have our notes from Public Works right in front of me. So yes, we're expecting kind of a public water utility to have done an upfront analysis of their capacity. And infill development would use that analysis to demonstrate the 50-year water supply, other things such as like legal water availability, financial capability, and then water availability and quality as well. So that's all kind of within the technical analysis. And then fringe development, where they're proposing some new private water supply, would have to then at each individual development demonstrate those technical requirements. So it would be kind of another layer of review to make sure that if we're doing greenfield development in our desert, that we are making wise decisions with the private water utility.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Let's maybe stick on the water topic for a minute. There was some testimony last night about the wells, right? I believe it was the final testimony, right, from Marissa about wells drying up there in the southwest Ada County.
That's correct.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please, Mom.
So Marissa was talking, I didn't understand what she was asking for. I think she was asking for some sort of analysis of the impact of new development in that area on the existing wells. And of course, new development doesn't necessarily have to use wells. It can hook up to the city system. So I was a little confused by that.
Mr. Chair.
I asked Betty, who was here. Betty, are you still here? She was here. Betty Berman Solo was here earlier, and I asked her because she didn't get to testify. So I said, Betty, what's on your mind? And she also, what was really on her mind was the drying up of these wells in the Southwest as other residential users use the water for watering and not for watering fields, which replenishes the aquifer.
Right.
I don't understand. Maybe Ms. Finfrock does.
Yeah.
How that related to the zoning code. So I'll let you.
Yeah, Janelle, you
So I
want
don't know if I can speak to that, but I do know, like, just through some of the issues that are going on in that area, some people who have dug wells, they're going dry, and they believe that they're going dry because they're tapping into the aquifer. And then as they take more water out, and maybe somebody is much more professional or understands this more than I do, but as they tap into this aquifer and then like the water depletes itself, then these wells have to be dug deeper.
So they, in this case, is
access
Viola.
existing homeowners and stuff. And so what they're saying is like, who already have wells there. So because it's almost like an annexed area. So what's happening is, like, as new development comes in, they're tapping into the aquifer, they're bringing it lower, and then the wells that are existing
Right.
have to actually dig deeper to access the water now.
Mr. Chairman. So Commissioner, are they worried about Viola lowering the aquifer through its broad-based use, water business? Or are they worried about their new neighbor subdivision?
From my understanding, the developments that are coming in that are accessing the same.
So these are private water wells.
Yeah, these are
So-
for irrigation and
My view on this, right, is If you thought wireless communication law was complicated,
Yeah,
wait till you
water.
get to private water law.
You know, water rights. yeah.
Okay. So I don't see a role for the city in adjudicating private wells and their impact on one another. I just don't. I was always under the assumption that all these annexations and these subdivisions, if they want to, I even thought they were required to jump onto Viola and the city sewer. And so they're drilling a private well so they can save money on their irrigation. And it's their property. So I don't see that the city has a role in that.
Right. Well, I think we need staff to make sure the record is clear here about requirements, for tapping on when city water is available, a new development is required to tap into that service. Is that correct?
They have to tap into the water utility if it's
Yeah.
a city development.
So what we're talking about right now is a little bit of a broader, a private matter. And I think a lot of it actually is with outside the city limits of the city of Boise.
Well,
Staff?
there's a couple of different components.
Yeah.
So anytime you are in the city of Boise, we of course require that you use public services. So sewer, water, those types of things. Area of impact, the city doesn't necessarily get to determine what's occurring there. The county is making some of those decisions. Now, we do have an agreement with the county that says that they will implement our comprehensive plan. Sometimes that goes well and sometimes it does not. So there is an area in which something should be in the city's future, and so that they may not be tied onto those services. We ultimately just have to assume that whether you are a public utility or private utility, that we are all drinking from the same cup. And as we each put in our straw, that water level continues to go down over time. And so we just want to ensure that everybody has the water resources that they need and deserve as a human being.
Great. Deanna, did you have something
And
to
I want to
add?
do one quick clarification. They have to hook up to city sewer.
City sewer. Okay. Okay.
Mary's letting me know there's a private well exemption.
Okay, great. Thank you. And that's exactly why I asked the question, just so that the record is very clear about what the requirements are. And then we haven't even discussed the fact, is the well, is it just for irrigation, right? It's not potable use, right? There's a lot of layers to this.
Well, the new developments coming in are actually hooking up to like services. I think it's the existing homes that already have, they take their resources and their water from the well for drinking water and stuff. So it's not the new developments that are reliant on the well. I wanted to make that clear. It's these existing homes that already have the well. And as we pull that water down more, I guess.
I guess,
out there.
my ultimate question to the city and you guys is, do we think that this issue is able to be addressed or should be addressed in Title 11? Or is this state water law and it's private issues, it's private wells on private land, which I'm sure there's all kinds of state regulation about what folks can and can't do, and the local governments, wells are a big deal, like for 300 years. Does anybody see a role here for the city in the zoning code in addressing this issue?
Commissioner Gillespie, I'd say the short answer is Title 11, the title that the zoning code rewrite is about development. Blueprint Boise speaks to annexation, and LUPA speaks to the path for areas of impact to be annexed. And the city sewer moratorium speaks to the path for extension of the city sewer line necessitating annexation. So that's not addressed in Title 11.
So absent from your summary was any issue of private wells on private land?
No.
No, or yes, it was absent.
No, because we don't allow private wells on private land in city limits.
Oh,
Correct? Or we do? Sorry. Strike that from the record.
yeah.
Sorry.
So my point is,
So if we're talking about the southwest area of impact,
yeah, we're talking about-
different
Right.
than,
I just don't see a place in this. What I think Betty and Marissa want is for us to insert some language that basically says in the Southwest, a developer putting in new units has to do some sort of analysis and proof that they're not sucking their neighbor's well dry. I just don't see how that's workable or manageable because it sounds like a private water matter.
Mhm.
So I'd like the city's view on that.
Mr. Chair,
John.
in Viola's testimony, written testimony was also implying, or not implying, but stating outright that this was redundant with Idaho Department of Water Resources and the point Commissioner Gillespie's making. So I think it's kind of a city attorney question more than anything.
I think that's my cue, Commissioner. And on that cue, I'm gonna tap in my colleague here.
Okay.
Over to Mary Grant.
Sorry, I don't have a mic up there on my desk tonight, so that's why I'm popping over here. I think to summarize as succinctly as possible, as Andrea was saying earlier, the assured water supply is with respect to future looking for new development and redevelopment. And that the city's position falls within our planning and zoning authority to ensure that there are adequate resources to support the new development. When we're talking about the wells in that south area of Boise where the wells are drying, the information that the city has available is similar to what one of the commissioners, Commissioner Frinfrock, was saying earlier, that these wells are shallow to where they are tapped into a false aquifer. The concern that has been brought forward is asking the city to do something with respect to new development that then takes away land that is irrigated, that replenishes that false aquifer that they are tapped into. And so it's the city's position that with respect to that private well exemption that these houses have drilled in, have their private wells under, is under the purview of state law, and that to go back and do something with respect to effect or potential effect on private wells with respect to new development is likely not within our purview. With respect to whether or not this is redundant, it's the city's position that IDWR, by having, that's the Idaho Department of Water Resources, by having the availability of a water right does not equate to the physical availability of water, which I believe was outlined in Idaho Department of Water Resources comments also to this body. Whether or not there are refinements or modifications is yet to be seen with respect to the proposed code. But the city is taking a position that it is a different question than what is asked by other state agencies.
And this is where you drop the mic.
Okay, moving on.
Well done. Thank you, Mary. Yeah. Okay. We good on that topic, on the water topic? Okay. Thank you, Mary. I believe we're at number 10 on the list, notification and approval procedure changes for type 1 and type 2 permits, implementation of hearing examiner model.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
So I'd just like to, I'll just put my cards on the table. I think type 2 permit should have the same notification procedures as type 3 permits. So that's a specific change I would make. I'm in favor of over notification. I think if we're going to streamline the hearing and decision-making process, that's one thing, but the notification process is different. And I just feel that way from sort of a governance perspective. I think with respect to implementing the hearing examiner model, we heard testimony that hearing examiner needs to be a city employee. I think we need to look carefully at that and sort of the detailed rules around that examiner. I'd also want to ensure that the public has good access to the hearing examiner's hearing in terms of reviewing the record up front, the staff report, and is able to be present in some way at the hearing examiner. So I'd like the hearing examiner process to be as close as possible to this process, except there's one poor guy up here, not 8. So that was my thought on hearing examiner. And finally, with respect to variances, which I believe is a type 3 decision, it has review by planning director on page 327 of the paper code. And the final decision is by the hearing examiner. There's no appellate ability. And I would like to see appeals come to this commission. And then ultimately, I suppose if it comes here, it might also have to go to city council. I can't remember how the law works. But variances can be very tricky. They can be either very small, and I think a hearing examiner can make a wise decision and can be the court of first hearing. But variances last forever, and they can be big, right? And they can have, a significant impact because they're so broad. It could be so many different things that someone comes to a variance for. It's not all just sheds and driveways. So my opinion is there should be some appellate process for variances. I'm not sure whether you want to split major and minor variances. I don't know how to do that, but just variances in general are really tough, and there needs to be an appeal process. So that was my thought on the issues related to notification and the procedure changes.
Okay, I think that was a good summary. Yeah,
And I welcome comments from staff or from the 8 of us.
and we certainly have plenty of
7 of
testimony,
us.
plenty of concern about that issue or that topic the last few nights.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, please.
Yeah, I think that would go a long way toward allaying the fear that we heard from neighbors out there. There seems to be an imminent sense that everything is going to be, there's going to be 4-story apartment buildings everywhere starting the day council adopts this code. And I think, yes, the more notification would go a long way towards getting people settled down.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So for neighbor notification, I think, and you might have to remind me, there's a waiting period. Once those mailers go out, you have to wait a certain amount of time before you can submit a permit. Is that correct? It's like 14 days or something like that. Is there? Or for like neighbor notification, is there a waiting period for neighbor notification?
Sorry, I can't see Andrea's head. Commissioner Moore, are you talking about for a neighborhood meeting, you have to wait X amount of days until you submit your application following a neighborhood meeting?
So if I guess the question for maybe Milton for Chris would be, what sort of public notice are we wanting to see for some of these items? Because that does have an effect on the period, because your question exactly, is it posted? And I know if it's posted, there is a waiting period. Or is it a mailed or is it a published?
Mr. Chairman.
Nope.
So there's a whole procedure. So if you look at page 325 in the public notice part of table 1105-1, I don't want to micromanage it, but in the type 2 planning director decisions, I would like to see X's under the mailed column and the posted column to the extent that that permit can be posted, or to the extent that there is something to mail to some group of people. All of the type 3 applications, except for reclassification of historic resource, have a posted X, and they all have a mail X. So all I'm saying is I'd like to see that general type 3 notification philosophy implemented for all type 2 permits to the greatest extent possible. Some of the type 2 permits, I'm just looking at them like a floodplain permit. Like, is it possible to post it in mail notice? I think so, because it applies to a specific parcel. An alternative sign plan, again, that's on a specific parcel, all permits are. So it seems like you could mail and post. That's all I'm saying, is more notification for these type 2 planning director decisions.
So,
There you go.
so Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
So for those sort of notifications, what would the kind of time impact of those, both of those notification processes look like, just from a application and sort of that waiting period for comments?
Commissioner Moore, that can change depending on how
The
that would
permit.
be done. So sometimes when we notice something saying, hey, there's going to be a public hearing for this particular item. In that particular case, we typically follow what LUPA says for those general guidelines, which they say 15 days notice. So we would look at it that way. There are some times where we, as the city currently, we take action on an item and then we notice after the action is taken and said, hey, we have approved an accessory dwelling unit near you. And if you should choose to appeal that, here's how you would do that. So there's various ways to do that. And it's also notification, everybody believes notification occurs differently. So some of that is through a publication in the Idaho Statesman. Some of that is posting on the site. Some of that is receiving a postcard in the mail. Or we've talked about our development tracker, that you are alerted that something is occurring in your neighborhood. There's lots of different types of notifications. We'd really want to identify what type of notification we would be looking for. Does it occur before we take action on an item or after we take action on that item?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Nope.
So as usual, it got complicated fast. So we can go 2 ways. One, we can try and go permit type by permit type and map it out. I think that's unwise. 2, you can take on board at least my suggestion that we expand notification for type 2 decisions. Another way to think about it is, let us not change fundamentally the notification procedures we are using now for type 2, all the decisions. So I guess I'm in favor of, if that slows down the process, that I'm okay with that for notification. So that's kind of where I'm at.
And Mr. Chair.
Jennifer?
So the only reason I asked that question is some of these type 2s are very much less certificate of appropriateness minor. I think I'm reading that that reading through some of those are. Those
I understand, but Mr. Chairman,
I think,
but all of these type 2s have an appeal that creates a public hearing.
Gotcha.
People need to know about that appeal hearing. So if there's a hearing or an appeal hearing, there has to be a way for people to find out about it before the hearing.
I think that's fair enough. I can agree with that.
Just as a follow-up. So if there is a hearing, we would always notify. You would be notified of that. If it's an appeal hearing or a traditional hearing, if it's an administrative review, that ultimately means that a staff member is evaluating the use specific standards or the standards we've identified in the code to make sure that they've met those. So we ultimately just need to identify what's right for us. So we do have LUPA that guides us as well. So that's going to be our guiding light. And so of course, those type 4 applications as well as conditional use permits are always going to say we are properly noticing, and that is established by state statute. Anything we do above and beyond that, so you're going to see a number of applications that are type 3. We've said, no, that's really important. We believe that our community needs to participate in the process. That's why we've made it hearing level, and we're noticing to invite people to the hearing. So that part is already done. The type 2 applications are really those administrative applications where we're just evaluating Have they met the criteria? So do they provide parking? Do they meet the setbacks? Do they meet building height? All of those things. And so, yes, there's an appeal process. How far do we want to notice, knowing that mailings are very expensive, staffing time, those types of things. So we just have to balance those.
Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you can cut me off.
I am going to cut you off right now, Mel, because I think we beat this horse.
All right.
I think the message has been sent and is very clear that we heard concerns about the notifications, especially regarding appeals. And I think we have a table full of smart staff people that are very familiar with this code over here. And I think they've gotten that message. And I think the city council is also going to get that message at this point. Commissioner Gillespie.
1 5-second comment. So if that's the case, and we're going to notice appeals, make that apparent in 1105.1, the summary of review procedures. Because as it is now, it shows no notices for all type 1 and type 2. And that's not accurate. You're going to notice the appeals. So we need to just jigger the table itself.
We're getting thumbs up now from staff.
All right.
Thumbs up.
On to 5G.
No,
Yeah.
we're still on hearing
Yeah, Mr.
examiner and
Mr. Chair.
no, an appeals of very.
Okay, we're going to let John over here. We're going to go to the other end of the dais here. Okay, John, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Andrew just made a comment about, we're basically looking to try to get to type 3 stuff that we want the public to be involved in. So what I heard, I think we all heard a lot of testimony about the fact that there isn't going to be public hearings, especially on the R1B, R1C, allowed use, allowed form, multifamily. Is that a type 2 approval? I think that's the way I read the table. So my question is, I think we would all, well, I guess I can't speak for everyone. We would be willing to spend the time to hear those in the future and maybe in an interim period, because I think that's what we heard a lot of concerns about. And if it's a staffing issue, then I understand. But I think in the sense of public transparency, we would be interested in looking at those. But I don't know if that's the case. I know we want to streamline the process, but I wanted to bring it up as a conversation item.
Commissioner Mooney, if I could just to clarify quickly, I may have been hearing your sentence incorrectly, but to clarify, allowed use, allowed form only applies to mixed use zones. So that doesn't happen for R1B or R1C, or for R2 or for R3. So that's only in the mixed use zones where that would be applicable. And just to clarify as well too, although, yes, also to your comment about reviewing those things. So a point to clarify around allowed use and allowed form is that the use may be allowed. However, major design review would be required for any large project, right? So it would not necessarily go before this body, but it would go before the design review commission. And the thinking behind that is that if the use is allowed, it's not necessarily up for discussion. It's recognized in the code that that use is appropriate within that zone and that land use is allowed. However, there is great, bandwidth for discussion about what is the appropriate design of that building. Is the design appropriate to the context of the neighborhood? And so even though the use would be approved administratively, there would still be a public hearing because that project would then have to go to major design review. So just want to make sure that that's clear. That is something that tends to fall through the cracks, I think, just because there are different review bodies and some projects go through multiple review processes. So administrative approval for the use, hearing level approval for the design could be the case in a lot of those situations.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, staff. Thank you. All right. I think the next, may have lost track. Are we still, I think we're at 12, which is the 5G and the wireless discussion, which if memory serves from, I believe it was Tim's presentation on Monday, Director Keen's presentation on Monday, that really 5G is not considered or wireless technology is not considered within this ordinance update. Staff, is that a correct summary? So
Mr.
while we appreciate I mean, obviously there's some concern within the public regarding that technology. However, it's really not under the purview of this particular ordinance.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
No.
Just to clarify, so there is a section in here on, it does have our rules or ordinance on wireless. It's in here. But what I'm hearing from the city is essentially the same ordinance as was passed 2 years ago. And so there's no reason to revisit it because we had a huge public debate 2 years or less than 2 years ago. And that ordinance is incorporated in here. So it's sort of, I think what Director Keene is saying, it's a settled issue at this time. I agree with that. So I don't have, I just wanted to get it up so that we could raise it up, but
Right.
I don't have any changes or issues with the wireless. And I agreed with the city's memo as to why.
Okay, move on from that one. This is an interesting one on the list. It's really on, I think we probably have it all within our notes, but process, procedure, and the timing for this new ordinance, right? Which we heard quite a bit of over both nights. Does anybody want to start us off on that discussion or any thoughts?
I'll jump in on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner
Jennings. So I think it's important to understand the timeline of this. And I do think it's very important that we acknowledge this and not ignore it. So I appreciate us doing that because I think the public deserves, at the very least, to get a sense of I'm just going to say my thought. I don't want to speak on behalf of anybody else, but as my understanding of this timeline, it's the following. This code really started about 5 years ago under the previous mayor. It picked up steam 3 years ago and continued on with all of the public process input, the committee, over and over, year after year, and continued to get refined. Then something happened. Two things happened. One, the previous director of Valley Ride, Kelly Badesheim, retired. She'd been working for Valley Ride and was the head of VRT for about 2 decades. She was done. So she retired. Our current, or at the time, current city council member who has an incredible passion for transit and has works all over this country in transportation issues, thought it would be wise to take a career change. So Commissioner or Councilwoman Clegg decided to walk away from this place and go down the road and take up and be the executive director for Valley Ride. That was no fault of anybody's. That was the circumstance. The mayor's obligation is to appoint somebody. She did. The other thing that happened, not going to get into these details, but we know the other city council member, Lisa Sanchez, and all of that detail, however that shakes out, but also something that occurred and the mayor did what the mayor is supposed to do, which is appoint somebody. The other thing that happened during the last year that this code has been underway for 3, almost 5, was folks up the hill decided that this city of Meridian, I don't know if anybody else just yet, but was now going to be required of districting. This code was well underway. And so because of that, and because of the circumstances that we fall in now, those laws aren't going to take effect until January. The 2 council members who left, or one left on their own, the other one, it's a whole other issue, but nevertheless, I don't think why we're here at this point should be stopped. This is a process that's been underway. Come January, there will be elections. That's what's going to happen. Fine. That's what the state decided that needs to be done. The city made districts. We're going to have an election. If the new council who is appointed, whether it's the existing members or others or whatever, decides to undo these things, they have that right. But I don't understand why we should stop 3 years. I don't even know what the total dollar amount is. I'm going to guess it's probably a couple $1 million at least between all the fees, the public events, and on and on and on, and staff time. Why that should stop. So for me, that's my understanding of the timeline. And I think the general explanation behind, at least for me, why we should continue. So.
Thank you, Chris.
Applause.
Milt?
Applause.
We're not doing that. I guess, if there are any questions for staff regarding this process, I think this is the time to ask them, but we maybe don't have any questions to staff regarding this process, right? Okay, all right.
I just wanted to make sure that we had a chance to get on the record. I guess in my comments.
It may be more for
for
deliberation, not so much for questions of staff.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, John.
I think it's Commissioner Danley's comments. I agree with, it's out of our lane. We're appointed officials. And this is for the city council to determine.
Okay, right. I believe we're getting down to the end of our list.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Milt.
I'd just like to ask the city a question.
Yeah.
City, do you anticipate any issues in integrating the VRT memo dated April 20th and Senator Clegg's recommendations on the code language into the code, or bringing it before council, the issues that she raised?
Did you call her Senator Clegg?
Oh, I'm sorry. Director of VRT.
CEO.
Commissioner Gillespie, we'll need time to go through that. There were a lot of recommendations, and some of them have to do with implementation of the code and how we as agencies work together, and others had like specific recommendations to change elements of the code or what triggers what. So noted that we will review it and have that as a part of our summary too.
Thank you.
All right, gang, is there anything
Mr.
else?
Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Danley, please.
I'm hoping this is a bit rapid fire, but a couple of things on my notes that I don't know that we necessarily address, but I want to make sure that what I heard from testimony, if I think, is important to elevate. So there might not be an answer here, but I just want to make sure to do right by some of the folks who testified and at least try to bring those things up. A couple of things, there's three things here. One, there was specific comments regarding language not in the code regarding condo and manufactured homes. I know I've seen some things in manufacturing homes, I know that, but I just want to make sure to allay those concerns. And if the staff can at least just address, we feel comfortable with those two issues that were brought before us.
Commissioner Danley, we do have manufactured homes defined in the code. We also have allowances for manufactured home communities. I know one of the other items that came up were tiny homes. If you look under manufactured home communities, there is an allowance for tiny homes, but we do require that they be placed on a foundation. But there is an appendix within the building code that allows us to evaluate things a little bit differently as far as overhead heights, stairwells, those types of things. So we have incorporated those, and we think we're in a really good position with all of the various housing options that we've provided throughout the code.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, and Commissioner Danley, just to answer on the tiny home piece. So the city currently has a pilot project evaluating tiny homes, those who choose to opt in, those who are homeowners that would like a tiny home. And so that's still in pilot. So we didn't bring forward any inclusion of that program into the code right now. That would be something we'd come back.
Okay. The next one I heard was sort of the general notion of how neighborhood association plans comply with, don't mix well with, however, with this new ordinance. Just a sort of an analysis, if you will, was suggested. So obviously we have numerous neighborhood association plans, and I know that they're all cited in this in terms of their general applicability. I guess this is probably more of a heads up for council than it is for discussion this evening, but I do think it's important that somehow those plans probably be elevated in the discussion a bit in terms of how they
how they do comply, how they work, and that sort of thing. And I think the public and especially those neighborhood associations would appreciate that. So that's one thing. You don't think you need to answer that or anything, but two other things. One is a quick one. This might be cart before the horse, but early on, we heard the need for us to determine measures of success. And how are we going to measure if this is working? We know that Tim has mentioned, that at the end of a year, going back and doing that. And I think that's fair. But as it relates to our purposes up front, and some of our more metrics, I think that would be wise for us to do too. How do we know that everything is working from some sort of a holistic perspective? This code and our comp plan is very supportive of numerous goals. So I think our measures should reflect that, not just the number of housing units or what have you. I think it needs to be broader than that. So there's one.
Chairman, can I jump in, Chris?
Yeah,
real
go
quick?
for it.
On that issue. Oh, sorry, Mr.
You're good. I'm
Chairman.
just kidding.
Bow down.
I'd like to see kind of like a zoning code performance dashboard that has 5-7 metrics that are analytical, that are measurable over time, where we can set a goal and see our progress to that goal, or set, high or low, set points. If we go over, it's bad. If we go under, it's bad. I'm not sure quite what the metrics are. We've discussed a bunch of them. The take up rate for incentives, the rate of new housing development, some measure of how that's distributed across the city in terms of equity. I'd like to see a dashboard that we can look at both at the council and the commission, and is publicly available, so we can see what's happening. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, last one.
Mr. Daly.
And who doesn't love a good dashboard? Come on, planners, we love dashboards, right? That and toolkits. Let's ban toolkits, by the way. Anyway, my last one here is, and I need to lean on my fellow commissioners for this because I don't remember exactly what she said or how she said it, but I know exactly who it was. And I wrote down rent versus fees. And it was the young woman who testified in favor of the code rewrite, but specifically lived in the units, and you're shaking your head. I'm glad we remember that is going to be bulldozed in the new complex being built. She's moving out. She's supposed to get 2 months. And so I took the note rent versus fees, and I'm really crossing my fingers that fellow commissioners recall that and what that conversation was about.
Mr. Chairman.
Mhm.
So I think the specific issue is how is affordability, the numerical value defined? Does it include all these other ancillary fees and rent? And I think I think 2 people mentioned that, they would set rent really low, but they would require like 6 months of rent when you move in. I think he used the word 2. So like that's a tough issue because there's a myriad of creative ways to extract more value from your tenants through things other than rent. And how does the city account for all those extractions when we define affordability?
Thank you.
I can speak a little bit to this, and I think this is something that we've had some experience with the housing bonus ordinance, and then through our housing community development division, they do affordable housing monitoring as their day-to-day business, and we're coordinating with them closely. As Jessica said, we want to make any developer taking up the use of our incentives, making it as easy as possible. So building a guidebook on how to charge rent if you're using one of these incentives, what our rules and our policies are. There's a whole list here shown on the screen. These are just high level ways to go about monitoring affordability. Specifically, the unit rent cannot exceed 30% of the allowed area median income. There's the tenant if the tenant is paying utilities, the cost of utilities are included in the rent. And there's a maximum utility allowance, which is published through the Boise City Ada County Housing Authority. So really drawing on how government agencies are already monitoring and approaching affordable housing and income restricted housing.
Okay, thank you, Deanna. Okay. We good there, Chris?
Yep, yep.
Mr. Chairman, we
Very
got one
often.
last issue
Mil-
on my
yeah.
list, 16, elimination of minor land division.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan Mansfield brought this up. It's a super interesting question. I'd like city staff to explain why they did it. I would like to also suggest that that's important because all of these residential lot splits that we're worried about, if there's no minor land division, my understanding is everyone is a subdivision. And so everyone comes to us and then council. And I think that's an interesting, that's a big break or check or review on all of these potential 1 for 2 splits. So I guess I'd turn it over to city.
Yeah, staff.
It's a lot more Snicker bars.
Sure. Chairman Schaefer and Commissioner Gillespie, I can take a first stab at it, and then if you have follow-up questions, can certainly expand on those. So yes, you are correct. What we have under current code today, and this is a change that was made not too far in the distant past, I want to say maybe about 5 years ago or so, we added a provision in the code for a minor land division. And so that says that you can create up to 4 buildable parcels through an administrative review process. What we are proposing in this code is that any creation of a new buildable lot would require going through the subdivision process. Now, there are a couple caveats with that. As the proposed code is written, if you look carefully at the decision-making table, you'll see that there's an end note. The end notes are tricky, so don't beat yourself up on it, Commissioner. But, and this is the same as an existing code, which is that the noticing, all the noticing and like posting requirements and so forth are for subdivisions that are 5 acres or greater. So it does go through commission and council, same as it would today, but it is a slightly different, not quite as involved process if it's for fewer than 5 acres. So I just want to flag that too for the discussion about notification. That's another aspect of thinking about it. So, you can take another look at that if you'd like. Some of the reasons that we propose this change is because we have a lot of struggles with products that we see through the minor land division process today that are having some pretty serious impacts on our street network and our provision of public services. So how solid waste is picking things up, a lot of conflicts between large quantities of cans being brought to the street as opposed to consolidating all that waste for solid waste to be able to pick it up efficiently. And part of the reason for that is because when it's going through that shortened administrative process, even though we still have the, we're still asking the same things of those minor land divisions, we don't really have the time that we need to go through that extensive review. So this would allow us to go through that interdepartmental review. If there's a pathway that is showing on the pathways plan, we can make sure that we can get all of the partners to the table so that that pathway is being put in the correct place and has the correct dimensions, things of that nature. So does that sort of answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to, thank you for directing me to the footnotes. My bad. So let us suppose that it is a small parcel, maybe 8,000 square feet, located in an R1C, and they have 50 feet of street frontage. They want to divide it in 2 so they meet all the new dimensional standards, but it's obviously way under an acre, and it hits footnote 7 and footnote 8, and that it doesn't meet those standards. So even though there's going to be a public hearing, is there going to be any neighbor notice of that public hearing?
Commissioner Gillespie.
And should there be?
So Commissioner Gillespie, the way that that's written in that table, the answer would be no. So under today's process, I believe with the minor land division that goes through that record of survey, even though it's an administrative approval, there is some neighbor notification that goes with that. And so that's certainly something to think about and consider. What this is showing is following the process that's written in today's code as well, which is that subdivisions that are smaller than 5 acres do not have the same noticing requirements, even though they go on the agenda for a public hearing. So you see it on the agenda, but you don't have all the posting and mailing that goes with it. So that's same as today's process.
Mr. Chairman, so we have this sort of paradox that the minor land divisions, which can be very small, get notice, but there's no hearing, right? Because they can be done administratively. But a 1 acre subdivision, which could create, I think we calculated 12 lots or 10 lots. It would receive the subdivision hearing, but it wouldn't be noticed. To me, I mean, I think that doesn't quite make sense. And I would suggest again that we maintain the same level of notifications that we have now as we walk through these changes in our R1C zones. And if in a year or 2 or 3 years, we want to reduce that, we reduce it then. But right now, my recommendation would be to essentially try to retain the same level of notification for these very small subdivision creation exercises. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Milt. Thanks, staff. All right. I think we're through the list. Any other outstanding questions for staff before we're kind of in rebuttal a little bit right now anyway, but before we officially close Q&A with staff, are there any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I got a couple.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Under incomplete applications, page 343, I guess it's a discussion item for the commission as well as a question for staff. Do we often hear applications without an ACHD project report? Is that, would staff agree that happens occasionally? And it's been frustrating to me, and yet it says here we're not going to do that. Is that a change from current code, or have we just kind of overlooked that?
Commissioner Mooney. So we will certainly transmit to ACHD and hopefully that they would provide comments. But the really great thing, and you heard Commissioner Alexis Pickering talk about last night in her testimony, was that the new process has something that's really unique. It's an interdepartmental review, and it brings about all of our departments that are in the city, as well as our external departments that are helping us along the way. So that's going to include the Idaho Department of Transportation, ACHD. It allows all of us to get around a table and talk about each application very, very early on. Hopefully we can direct them to achieve all of our goals and achieve everything that we're all looking for before an application is submitted. So we're hoping to involve our partners very early in the process so that we're getting these better products that we're really looking for. So, and especially when we talk about these type 3 and type 4, everything will go through interdepartmental review. And then we've identified some of those key items that are identified as type 2 applications. So the large multifamily, those things that do require further interdepartmental coordination, that we can get everybody at the table very early on before an application is submitted. So by the time something's submitted, we've got a really good product to talk about.
Thank you. So another process question, 349, speaking time. So our customary practice is neighborhood association, basically applicant, X amount of time, neighborhood association generally matches the applicant's time is how chairs generally handled it. Now we're saying by code, we're going to give the neighborhood associations 5 minutes, which we heard in testimony, both written and verbal, that we'd like to see the same as the applicant. So I think we're in agreement with that, but I'm curious as to staff's rationale for limiting it to 5.
Doesn't it say minimum?
Yeah, I don't remember how is it worded that way. Is it 5 minimum?
Yeah, so
Tread
we
minimally.
heard a couple things that we just started at a place here. One of the things that we heard from neighborhood associations was that they would like certainty about their amount of time. That preparing for an unknown amount
okay.
is just hard to react to because you don't know if it's 15 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So that was kind of the one desire to want to name a number. And public testimony is 3 minutes, so we went higher than that, but that's just a starting place.
Guideline.
Mr. Chairman,
Milt,
I think it should be 10.
John?
I think it should be the same as the applicant or less.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to add to it, one thing to keep in mind is that the neighborhood association representative also has 3 extra minutes if they wanted to testify as an individual, and they can further add to that in a way. So just, if it's 10, it could be 13.
Right.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying, just let's make sure to remind ourselves that there's another opportunity for the neighborhood association / representative, unless they conflict with one another, which they could.
Yeah.
And sometimes do, yeah.
Yeah,
So
sure.
my last question, Mr. Chair, is under inspection enforcement, and it goes to Boise Heights and their concerns about the WUI. So it's a public safety issue with enforcement of fines, basically. And my note was something to the effect of, so my question for staff is, this is related to WUI and concerns about delays in enforcing dangerous conditions that come up during fire season. But extrapolating that out beyond fire season and vegetation, there's obviously other things in the enforcement realm that the city might want to beef up in penalties on a daily basis or something like that. Is there any thought, is there a limit to what we can do there?
We do have our code enforcement officer here too. He's been with us all week, actually. So if you'd want to.
Good, because I got something I want to tell them.
What's that?
So good, because I have some things I need to tell them, my neighbors.
Commissioner
I need
Mooney.
this guy's phone number.
Commissioner Mooney, I might jump in there. If I understand the question, it's about what penalties are available there, or increasing them or adding. There is an enforcement section. There's a remedies section that lists what remedies are available, and that includes misdemeanor violation and such. But for reasons that I hope we don't need to get into for purposes of this hearing, the city has some pretty stern limits from under Idaho law as far as what amount and type of fines to impose. So rest assured that's been looked at very carefully in the past, especially going back to when the city rewrote and codified its entire city code to restructure the way that the city imposes fines. So if that addresses that part of the question, then
Yeah, James, it does somewhat, but really, I think it misses the point that we were hearing from the neighborhood association, which is timeliness of enforcement in the fire season, vegetation that needs to be taken care of immediately. And so getting something to happen quickly is really, it's not necessarily, neighborhood association mentioned penalties, but I think what they're really looking for is timely enforcement of the code so that we don't have a fire danger.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Daly.
I want to back up real quick because I neglected to mention something earlier. To the point of the neighborhood associations and the time, and I think going back to Commissioner Gillespie's point about notification, I should have brought this up earlier. I apologize, but I think it's really important for us to recognize the uniqueness that are our neighborhood associations. As far as I'm aware, I don't think any other city in our state has them. When I mention them in conversations, everybody always assumes HOA. We know that's not the case. We fund, 2 or 3, and staff can point this out to me, plans a year to the tune of something like $65,000 to $80,000 a year to update those plans. We also have our LIVE program where we're giving neighborhood associations money to implement some of those plans. And I think that it's really important that we keep that relationship strong And so if it's 10 minutes at the hearing to allow a collective body representative of a geography and a population to speak, I think we should maintain that. If it's notification that we can do, a great job on and keeping them, close in terms of the line of communication, I think we should do that. So I just think however we can improve on those processes and build that relationship as much as we can, it's a good thing. I know not every neighborhood association is all that active, and some are certainly more active than others. But nevertheless, we have a unique thing. And I think overall, it's a great program.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Danley. Okay. I think are we wrapping up questions, gang?
Have one.
Let's do it, Commissioner
Mr.
Moore, please.
Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
So my only question remaining is page 92, and it's just a clarification on item number 9, the exemption from the fire or building codes. And I just want to confirm I'm reading this right. So I think the way that I'm reading it is the Historic Preservation Commission can exempt a property or historic landmark within a historic district from application of fire and building codes as long as it complies with an exemption in the code. It's a little bit of a confusing section, I think. So just a little bit of clarification on that one.
Sure, Chairman Schaefer, Commissioner Moore.
Mhm.
I think it's because when it's referring to codes, it's referring to the fire and building codes, not this code. So what it's saying is that there is an exemption process that exists in the fire and building codes, and that this code is allowing the Historic Preservation Commission to give projects the ability to pursue that exemption process under those other codes in the name of historic preservation if it's felt that it's necessary. Does that clarify?
I think so. So currently, or Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
So currently, so the IEBC has, the International Existing Building Code has an exemption, has a historic buildings chapter. Currently under the code, a building might not be able to pursue that chapter, but this section gives them the ability to. Is that correct?
I think they can do it.
Or they
now.
can do it now?
Commissioner Moore, I would have to check the old code, but I don't know that that's a change or that's just a
Yeah.
continuation of historic preservation
Yeah.
policy from today. There wasn't really much change
Yeah.
made in terms of how historic preservation is handled in this code at all.
Right.
So we can check on that though, if you'd like.
Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
It's just I didn't expect to see an exemption granted by the Historic Preservation for a building code. So that was just kind of like the disparity in my mind. So I think that makes sense. It's kind of a backstop, I guess. It sounds like more than anything.
Commissioner Moore, that's correct. And
Okay.
like other parts of this code that have been updated, it's more about just building in cross references or clarifications to things that maybe exist today but aren't spelled out explicitly in code, so that way it's not left for somebody to have to find out from a staff member, but they didn't realize that something was required or something was the case, trying to put more of that explicit language in the code so that somebody reading it will see it right up front.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So what we're going to do here, team, it's 9:15. We're going to close Q&A with staff. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back for motion.
Deliberation.
Final deliberation. Thank you. Thank you. All right, staff, well done tonight. Thank you for letting us pepper you with questions. Appreciate all your input and patience, and kudos for flipping through all of the presentations and the code and finding everything so fast. So well done. Very, very well done. Okay, at this point, gang, go ahead. I'm gonna call for a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
And I believe Mr. Gillespie is going to take that up.
First of all, I'd like to thank the commission for allowing me to make this motion. I've never been shy about jumping to the front of the motion line, but in this particular case, I'm very appreciative. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve ZOA 23-001, including the red line presented to us this evening and in the April 13th letter for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion to approve, recommend approval by Commissioner Gillespie with a second by Commissioner Danley. Commissioner Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight, I will organize my general comments in support of the new zoning code in three parts. My support for the code centers around three groups of ideas and judgments. These three groups are: one, the density strategy; two, equity of change; and three, procedure and governance. Point one, the new zoning code implements a density-driven strategy for managing urban growth in Boise. I judge that this strategy is the strategy most likely to achieve the goals set in Blueprint Boise and the adopted neighborhood plans. The two other possible strategies for managing growth are either infeasible or ineffective. Some folks have advocated for a no-growth strategy as a way to avoid the evident burden caused by population growth. A no-growth strategy would require a significant government intrusion into private property rights and the free market for real estate and development. I judge that this strategy is infeasible in the current legal and political environment in Idaho and indeed in the United States. From a values-based perspective, I also strongly disagree with the strategy which attempts to foist change on other communities and avoid the mutual obligations of citizens in a free and vibrant society. A second alternative strategy is to continue with the current sprawl strategy as implemented in the 1966 zoning code. While very feasible, I judge that this strategy will significantly underperform the density-driven strategy across most goals of Blueprint Boise. I believe that this performance gap is likely to grow rapidly over time, resulting in a range of bad outcomes, including deteriorating city finances, growing affordability issues, increasing geographic inequality issues, rising traffic congestion, and declining environmental quality across the region. I support the density-driven strategy and the new zoning code because it is clearly the best shot we have at meeting the goals we have set for our city. Next, I would like to comment on the very important issue of equity and how these burdens of change are distributed geographically and socially. My first comment about this is that the current zoning code does lock in place a system that enables rapid change in some neighborhoods and much slower change in other neighborhoods. The major cause of this is the construction and distribution of the residential zone and the limits these zones place on change. I have listened very carefully for many years to good and smart folks like Dave Kangas, Fred Fitchman, Ed McCluskey, Richard Newellen, Erica Schofield, and Betty Berman Solo discuss these difficult aspects and evident inequality of change. These are real and very important issues. My second comment on equity and change is that this new code substantially improves the chances that the burden of change and accommodating growth will be more fairly distributed across the city. For example, we heard great testimony from Chris Runyon about the impact of the proposed R1Z lot size changes on a neighborhood in the East End. While I do think there are some important issues about how we manage the pace of change in residential zones, this is a huge step forward that all parts of the city are now included in the density and change discussion in a substantive way. Without this new zoning code, I believe that the western and southern parts of our city will continue to bear a disproportionate amount of change and accommodation as we grow. By creating a financially more efficient city, the new zoning code will also enable the city to better meet the its infrastructure obligations in these areas. In short, the new zoning code creates a much more fair and equitable system for distributing the burdens and benefits of growth, both geographically and socioeconomically. Finally, I would like to discuss issues related to the procedure for approving this code change, as well as issues related to the mayor and city council and their authority to consider this new zoning code. With respect to this code approval procedure, the city has come to this commission with a properly formatted zoning code change request. The city has met all of the procedural requirements for a code change as set down in the current code. And just as this commission would do for any applicant before us, we should give the city a prompt hearing. In addition, the city has engaged in a large public outreach effort extensively documented in the record and lasting for several years. This outreach far exceeds the citizen outreach for any other project I have seen in my 12 years on this commission. Thousands of Boise citizens have contributed to the record, and by the content of their comments, they do not appear to be scripted or shaped by nefarious outside actors. I judge that there is no reason to delay this process based on any procedural objections. I do believe that the city should provide an executive summary document and a clear before and after table of changes prior to the city council hearing. I believe the city is open to any suggestions on how to better communicate the proposed zoning code. And I will close finally by discussing concerns about the city council and mayor in the coming November election. In Idaho, we have a rules-based system for selecting our political representatives. That system is codified in election laws and laws relating to midterm vacancies. These laws incorporate the community's decisions about fairness and equity in that political process. This system has produced our current council and mayor, who have the authority to consider zoning changes if they wish to. Those of you who would like to delay consideration of the new zoning code until after the November election are asking this commission to set aside our rules-based system and instead implement our personal political judgment with respect to democratic representation and fairness. This I will not do. Anyone is free to make the delay argument to the council, and it is in their power to delay consideration if they choose to. I leave that political decision to them. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time. I favor a straight up or down vote on the motion, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Gillespie. Well said. Thank you. I wonder if, before we move on, if you wouldn't mind addressing, I think, one quick amendment to the motion that we need to include the VRT memo in the motion. Is that correct, staff, or not?
No,
We did not? Okay.
They wanted to work on it.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you. Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Danley.
This morning, when I was reflecting back on these first 3 days and even into today, I want to first start off by saying I am incredibly proud to be a resident of this city. I love this city. I adore this city. The people, the places, the environment that we have, it means everything to me. So I want to start briefly with some other thank yous. I want to absolutely thank the public. You exceeded my expectations and then some. I want to thank the people who spoke for this code rewrite, because your support is needed and it will continue to be needed as it is implemented. I want to thank the people who spoke out against the code rewrite, because I believe you raise a significant number of or issues that make it better. I think we've hashed out a number of those things, and those things will continue to be exercised in the coming months. And without your testimony, we may not have addressed many of those issues. So I thank you. I want to thank our staff. Our staff
has worked tirelessly for literally years. All of you here, people who are no longer here, people who are not here tonight. And you absolutely deserve a tremendous amount of credit. It's a thankless job, but tonight I want to thank you, including our attorneys, right? You never get thank you, our clerk, and even our IT guy. Hi, Greg, because of all of the things that were necessary to put this on. And of course, our security personnel. Definitely, I want to thank you as well. The last group I want to thank is this very commission. I'm so proud to be your colleague. You ask great questions, you're prepared, and you do everything that you can for this city to be better. And particularly our chairman, Bob Schaefer, who I think deserves a tremendous amount of credit for making certain that this 4-day process was handled in an incredibly professional way. So thank you. Zoning is having its moment in the sun again. It's happening from coast to coast. We know that the current administration, for example, is funding initiatives, exploring regulatory options to make housing affordable for many more people. The previous administration, under an executive order 13878, directed staff to look at ways that regulations could be reduced in order to eliminate barriers to affordable housing. Our own current US Senator is on a committee on finance and flat out was quoted in the US Senate in testimony as saying local regulations is the largest barrier to affordable housing, meaning both sides of the aisle in 2023 are actually agreeing on something for the most part. I know that sounds insane, but it's actually happening. So here we are doing our part, I believe. Perfect is the enemy of good. This code is not perfect. However it shakes out, it probably still will not be perfect, but we can't allow that to be a barrier to our future. And I think it's important, and I'm going to hit this note last. Zoning forms the legacy of planning, right? This is the Planning and Zoning Commission. We do both. The zoning allows us to do the plan. And what I heard over this week is frankly that we are going to hopefully be the leader of this valley. It's critical that we take the first step. I don't want to be CUNA. They're going to see thousands of homes in the desert. We get told all the time, we don't want to do that. So we're not going to do that. I don't want to be Eagle. They're building houses in the hills. We value our foothills very, very much and don't want to build in the foothills, right? So I believe that we can be the absolute leader in this valley. Last thing is, this is absolutely about the future. I truly believe that our city is in peril. We heard it from our testimony. We read it in our packet. The doers, the thinkers, and the problem solvers of the next generation and the generation of that can't live here. I've seen that firsthand working in communities all throughout the valley and beyond, and people telling me we drive 100 miles, 75 miles, whatever it is, to work because we can't afford to live in Boise. As the father of 2 daughters who I haven't seen really in 4 days, I can't let that stand. I can't be a part of not helping solve that problem when that's exactly why I signed up for this gig. I want my 7-year-old and my 9-year-old to have a future in this city that I love, that they're growing up in as they become adults and parents. And if we don't address housing, if we don't give them the opportunities to do that, I believe we are failing. That might take some sacrifice now and in the coming years, but our future is absolutely worth it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Danley. Appreciate it. Any other comments? Just want to go? Okay. To my left here has been a bit quiet, so.
I will chime in then.
Yeah, please, Commissioner Blanchard.
I am going to pile on with Commissioner Danley as well. I want to commend all my colleagues up here. It really is a great body, and we're super fortunate to have Milt here. His institutional memory is absolutely incredible, and we really rely on him to kind of be the not only the memory but the conscience too. And I do want to commend Chairman Schaefer and Vice Chair Danley for really professional conduct of the hearing. The city took a lot of time, and people were worried after we dealt with Interfaith Sanctuary. Man, this was a raucous place, and I think people were concerned with how this was going to go down, and it was really a pretty pleasant 4 days. Also, something else that Commissioner Danley referred to is a little bit of history too. To get this ordinance passed, what a Herculean effort this is, right? I mean, this is a lot of cities try this and fail. A couple of people referenced Austin, Texas, right? They have a lot of money, a lot of skill, a lot of knowledge, and those guys have failed at this. And, here we are, scrappy little Boise, and we got this done. And to the residents who aren't familiar with all the inside baseball, I mean, we went without a planning director in this city for 18 months. And that Director Keene could come in here and even remember where the bathroom is, let alone the names of the staff. And most of the staff quit. I mean, we were down to like nobody left here. They just abandoned ship. And then we got Tim, and then we got Jessica. And I mean, that these guys could get up to speed so quickly and work with this team and work with the consultants, and that Tim can even remember our neighborhoods like Latah and stuff like that is just simply amazing. So you just have to understand how difficult this process was if you know the inside baseball, because these guys were stretched to guys and gals were stretched to the absolute limit, and they still were able to deliver for the city of Boise. And Andrea Tuning over there is largely the one who drove this project. And what a massive effort. And I congratulate you, Andrea, because this was a huge thing. So as far as issues go, Milt did such a great job at covering the reasons why we needed to do this. And here's all I'm going to offer on this is I think if the city this thing has just begun. This code has just begun. It's not even passed yet. So it really hasn't even begun yet. But this should be the beginning of it. And hopefully, if this is done properly, Lindsay will be the busiest one in the city, because there is a tremendous amount of outreach that needs to go on as this thing gets implemented, right? We can't just pass this code and say, done. We can pat everybody on the back. We did a great job. It's like, Dave Kangas and Richard Llewellyn and a lot of the people who spend a lot of time down here, we owe it to them to be with the residents of the city, the 150 people, whoever that showed up over the last couple of days here to testify on this thing. And we owe it to them to be with them as we implement this code into our neighborhoods. And so I really hope that that the city will continue the outreach. I mean, from the top on down. It's got to be a mayor thing, council thing, staff, all the boots on the ground have got to be out and walk our community through these changes. Somebody else brought this up already, I think, Chris, but I guess this is going to go into my cheers and jeers section here is the people who showed up, absolutely fantastic. Boise residents, I heartily commend you, everybody who showed up to testify, whether it was for or against. We all got through this as Boiseans like only we can. And that's a special thing, like Chris noted. We started this experiment in 1863. And the city is the only voluntary political association that you have, right? You're born in America. The federal government created Idaho. Idaho created Ada County. But you live in Boise as a thing that can come and go. It's a corporation, and the residents are the shareholders of of this organization called Boise. And if we decide we don't want to play together anymore, we can dissolve this thing and go away. That happens all the time. So it's a special thing to be a Boisean, and we came through this thing and we came through it together. And I'm really proud of the city for that. My dismay through this process was the day, April 12th, that I read the Boise Dev article where Don Day surveyed the neighborhood associations who'd actually read the code. I live up on the bench in the Central Bench neighborhood. And in that new Council District 3 that's going to be up there, there's 10 neighborhood associations. And as of April 12th, not a one of them had commented on the code, not a one. Now, in that time, a couple of people showed up here and commented on it. But folks, we cannot function as a city if the neighborhoods are not going to participate. Like, it's just incumbent upon people. And now, as many people reference, we're going to have council members by district. And now, if zoning is having a moment, now the people are going to have a moment, because you are going to have by district a person who is your advocate on all of these issues now. And so I urge the neighborhood associations to get, whatever metaphor you want to use, get back on the horse, pull your bootstraps up, whatever it is, but get organized and get back together and identify that person that you're going to work with, who's going to represent your district, and make sure that they're delivering for you on these things. So that can be started now. That's another reason we don't need to wait until those people are elected. Some of the current council members are running already, and you already know that, but I would start building those relationships now to make sure that this thing is going to go the way we all envision and hope. So that's enough. We should go home. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Blanchard.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I'll chime in, but I don't have too much to say. I mean, it's been covered. Just a couple of items. I mean, first of all, there's no way to thank the staff and the city enough for what they've done. And I think my colleagues have captured that pretty well. On top of that, just knowing the code and this document backwards and forwards so well to be able to answer all of our questions for however long we were asking them questions tonight. And tonight was not the only night, is incredible. So thank you. That was amazing. And then for the public, being able to hear testimony, but in particular for this application, I think we heard some very personal testimony from members of the public. And I think that brought a whole multitude of different perspectives on both support and against this code. And it was a very personal perspective. And I think that was really important in a lot of these discussions, because everybody is in a little bit of a different situation, and just hearing all of those little subtleties and all of those different instances was really important. But ultimately, I do feel, and I think that, our staff report did say it well. I mean, this does give us the tools and the mechanisms to allow the city to grow. And I think that captures kind of exactly the intent, and just the way that it's kind of combining the comprehensive plan just into one document and making it a more holistic goal. I think this is the right way to go. And I think the process has just been really great and really professional. And there's not much more to say than that.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
So I'm the newbie. I was waiting for everyone else to speak. So I got thrown in the deep end here with Interfaith Sanctuary. So I'm the youngster, and this on top of it's pretty humbling for me. So being asked to express an opinion about this and a recommendation to City Council on such a complex topic is immense importance to all of us, and so I'm very humbled by it. Since we're replacing the existing code and basing the new code on the existing comp plan, it helped me to go back to the LUPA for perspective for me as the new guy. And when doing that, I was reminded of some things as I thumbed through that again. And the following statements from LUPA were helpful to me, and I apologize, but I'll go through a few of these for the record. First, the purpose of the local land use planning is to promote health, safety, and general welfare of the people of Idaho, specifically to protect property rights while making accommodations for other necessary types of development, such as low-cost housing and mobile home parks, called right out in our state law. I'm cherry picking from the act, but it also says to encourage the protection of prime agricultural, forestry, and mining lands and land uses for production of food, fiber, and minerals. Also, to encourage urban and urban type development within incorporated cities and avoid undue concentration of population and overcrowding of the land. Shifting now to our comp plan, I'm very concerned that as a city, we did not prioritize the action plan laid out in Blueprint Boise more than 10 years ago. And if city council adopts this code, will we have the persistence to go through the public process and annually update and improve our approaches to land use? I think the disagreements that we aired out over the past 3 years and most recently in written and public testimony boil down to 2 of the 7 themes in our comp plan. Theme number 2 is a predictable development pattern. And a big statement in our city's vision here is establish incentives for infill development that will require development that pushes inward and up as a priority rather than out. Theme number 3 is a community of stable neighborhoods and vibrant mixed-use activity centers. Our comp plan specifically called out the need to revamp the city code and develop a series of mixed-use zoning districts to promote a more transit-supportive pattern of development. And we see that in this code rewrite. We heard that the loss of stable neighborhoods is a reason to not recommend approval of this new code. We heard that inward and up and not sprawling into the desert or up into the foothills is why we should adopt this code. We also heard both extremes. We've gone too far and will destroy Boise. We haven't gone far enough. That was great to hear, and it makes it easy for me to land on the perspective that the city staff, in concert with the Citizens Advisory Council and so many Boiseans that participated in this process, you have landed on a well-balanced approach to our future. To wrap up, I'm a representative on this commission from outside the city boundaries. I don't live in the city, but in the area of city impact. As such, I believe it's my role to represent the perspective of those on the outskirts of the city. As such, I'm strongly in favor of growing up, not out, so that the rural nature of the edges of our city remain and the open spaces and the agricultural lands on our outskirts have a chance to last a little bit longer as we grow up. Having said that, I truly did hear the voices greatly concerned about the many provisions of this code that they disagree with. I attended many of the opposition events. I followed the comments on social media. I watched Code Next from Austin. I greatly appreciated Reject Boise Upzone's educational efforts. I had spirited discussions with my wife and sister-in-law that have a very different perspective than mine. My career has taken me to Denver, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Tucson, and Salt Lake City. They are all great cities. I enjoyed them all. But we can be better, and we should not develop as they did. I am proud to support the motion and to recommend the approval of the modern zoning code. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Mooney. Y'all are a tough act to follow. Tell you what. So well said, everyone. Well said. I will also be supporting the motion. A few thoughts to wrap up, and I'll keep it really quick, really brief. First of all, I want to thank staff and Director Tim Keene for all your support and your input this week. Truly helpful. And, you've been right here with us this whole time, all night, these last 4 nights. So well done. We appreciate all that you do for the city. Fellow commissioners, thank you so much for your support this week. Really appreciate it. It's been a good week. I think we've all learned a lot and had a great discussion, and I'm proud to sit up here with you all. So kudos. I also want to thank, first of all the folks that provided testimony written over the years and these last few months as we put together, the city put together this draft code. Of course, then this week, I want to thank all the neighborhood associations that provided testimony on Monday and then also last night. And then, of course, all of the folks that testified Tuesday and last night as well. Truly appreciate all the passion, both in support and against this zoning code rewrite. I think that's what makes Boise great, right? It's the people, it's all of us. So kudos. We can agree to disagree, and that's how we continue to move forward in a positive fashion and make Boise a wonderful place to be. Speaking a little bit about the process, I have essentially no concerns over this last 3-year process in putting together this code, this code update. Essentially, it started with Blueprint Boise, of course, years ago, but these last 3 years, I think it's been a very lengthy thorough process. I think that the fact that the city pivoted and updated modules 1 and 2 speaks volumes to the understanding of what was in those initial drafts and how it wasn't going to work moving forward. So I think that's a really terrific example of how strong this process has been. And then leading up into these hearings, I think that the staff and Director Keene did a great job of reaching out to the media and making it very well known that this was happening. To those folks that were unaware of this happening this week in this process, apologies, but I think that the city did everything that they absolutely could to make this process known that this update was coming. I believe that this proposed zoning code puts Boise on a great path for what we can assume to be maybe the next 50 or 60 years, given the existing code is about that old. I really hope that we can learn from the lessons of other larger cities and use this code to avoid some of those pitfalls that those other cities have fallen into. I believe that this will help us maintain a sustainable future with less sprawl and less congestion. And to be honest, fewer issues regarding our utilities and our resources in this valley. This is the beginning of this discussion. It will continue. I encourage the public to reach out to City Council, provide more commentary until they, of course, have their hearings in June. And then, of course, beyond June is when we can assume perhaps that this ordinance becomes reality, that we will continue to address the challenges that growth and development have within this valley. I was born and raised in this town. I'm a third-generation Boisean. I'm extremely proud of this town, and I think we're on a great path. So with that, we have a motion to recommend approval of ZOA 23-1 with the addition of the red line document comments. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Yes.
Finfrock,
Aye.
Danley,
Yes.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And we have one more item, CPA 23-1. This is the comprehensive plan amendment with text changes to accompany the zoning ordinance amendment to ensure that comprehensive plan accurately reflects the new zoning districts.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Danley.
I will make a motion that CPA 23-01, the comprehensive plan amendment with the text changes to accompany the zoning ordinance, be approved by the City Council.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion to recommend approval by Commissioner Danley with a second by Commissioner Blanchard. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Danley.
I'll be brief. Big fan of Blueprint Boise, have been from the get-go. I think it's an incredible document. We're always striving to make it better. I hope we can get some of those gateway things improved. Shout out for that. But ultimately, it's a fantastic vision and we need to keep pushing to make it a reality. And so I see no reason why the city council shouldn't follow up with the zoning ordinance and make this even better.
Very good. Any further discussion? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll? Again, I have a motion to recommend approval by Commissioner Danley with a second by Commissioner Blanchard.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Finfrock,
Aye.
Danley,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you all. Good night. We are adjourned.